back into the conversation we had. I'm going to bring up, of course, some streams, and then there's a couple things that's very interesting. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the emotion. What I want to do is take the emotion. My mission and objective is to take the emotions and feelings out of words, right? Take the emotions and feelings out of words and then be able to reverse the gaslighting and the triggering that some of these words like to do. Well, people like to use spells, type of stuff. It's about voice tone, language, approach, and all this type of stuff. Body language, where somebody is just making stuff up, trying to woo you, put you in a situation, right? This is macking and pimping 101. People think pimping and macking is just dealing with a man and a woman. No, it also deals about sales, right? Selling you on something, getting you to follow into something, and then you get people to sign up. It's kind of like a pyramid scheme. Absent the scheme or absent the pyramid. Which one is it? Where you get a lot of people to sign up. And then they go out and they repeat the same thing because what? They get a script. Script is given. Throughout all these things, I know certain people aren't paying attention that's up here. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about other people, maybe, that might dip in, dip out, make little comments, and then, leave the channel or whatever. But these people that are based on gaslighting, and these same people are comfortable in their own skin and don't want to change out of that skin based on the comfortability. So they would rather be content. Hence the phrase, ignorance is bliss. Right? Okay. But what is it? Ignorance is bliss. So are you ignoring ignorance, right? Are you ignoring? Ignore is your root word in that. ANCE is after that. So are you ignoring what you know to be true because your eyes seeing it and you can pretty much weigh that and you don't want to? Or is it something that you just can't handle? Is the reason why you want to stay ignorant or ignore? Well, hey, that's up to you to decide. That's up to you to decide. Where you want to be ignorant your whole damn life. And if you want to use the word ignorance or the phrase ignorance is bliss, well, have at it. But with that being said, let's get to it. Peace, everybody being here. None of your business. Richie, Rich, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? J-Dub in the building, nonetheless, in the building. And everybody else that has not said anything in the chat, in the building. What's up? Let's get started. And I'm going to go quick. I'm going to go quick like I did. I'm staying under 90 minutes. If I'm not at 90 minutes, if I go over the 90 minutes, you let me know. Now, 90 minutes starting from now. You got 30 minutes. 90 minutes starting from the first time I put it up there, put me on the clock. Ready? Let's go.
Tell you that I'm worried about America. Yeah. I'm worried about our nation because it's sick with racism still. Just think about the fact that we live in a nation which was founded on the principle that all men are created equal. And yet men are still arguing over whether the color of a man's skin determines the content of his character. And I believe that the Lord told me to say to the United States of America that is sick with militarism and is sick with excessive materialism. Have you ever thought about it? There are between 38 and 50 million people in the United States of America who are poverty-stricken, making income less than the poverty level. And yet, this is the richest nation in the history of the world. Our national gross product this year will go beyond $800 billion. And yet, there are between 38 and 50 million people who are poverty-stricken. Now, something wrong. A lot of people are afraid to say it. But I don't mind saying it. You see, somebody said to me the other night, don't you think, Dr. King, you are going to have to start speaking more in terms of the administration's policy? Because since you started talking against the war in Vietnam, it's hurt the budget of your organization, and people who once respected you don't respect you anymore. And I had to look over and say, sir, I'm sorry, but you don't know me. I'm not a consensus leader. I don't determine what is right and wrong by looking at the budget of my organization. And I don't determine what is right and wrong by taking a Gallup poll of the majority opinion. And so because there's something wrong, our struggle must continue. And what we must see is that our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. I'm going to be honest enough to tell you that I'm worried.
Now, you look at these people up here. Right? This is Ramsey National News. Says the pattern is real, the damage is real. Right here, he says all the high-profile black people leaders Donald Trump fired for no reason. These people fired for no reason. We know what she did. We know what he did. I haven't heard about these people. I haven't heard about these people either. You know, haven't heard about her. But all of these people individually came after Donald Trump. A man that was elected not once, not twice, but 3 times. One is still up for grabs. Did he win or did he lose? Well, what I just heard is that the Supreme Court has actually have ruled they're overturning that previous one with Biden in there. That's what I heard. But these people who are supposed to be representatives duly elected with their hand raised to the sky to defend the Constitution against all enemies and defend the people against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So if you have 70-something million people that voted for Trump, just like 80-something people voted, 80-something million people voted for Biden, what's the difference? The people have spoken. The power is supposed to be to the people. And then we, like what King is talking about, racism is still going on today. They haven't solved that problem yet. They haven't solved that problem yet. But these same people have nothing on their resume for what they did for people that look like them, that they said they came to protect. Them homes that they came from that had barbecue pits and, family reunions and, Baptist church and all these different things that they grew up in. More importantly, they're from places, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, where the dominance of that skin complexion is major. See, this is where I don't understand why people east of the Mississippi have this issue. There's more representatives that look like that east of the Mississippi than it is west of the Mississippi. But at the same time, us west of the Mississippi have the same issue that these brothers and sisters east of the Mississippi have. Why is that? Have you ever thought about that? Why is that? And at the same time, these people are crying about this voters' rights thing. So, y'all need to think about that. They spent all their money, resources, and time going after Donald Trump, a pale skin, right after they just sided and teamed up with Joe Biden, a pale skin. And they did it the first time after they sided up with Hillary Clinton, a pale skin. Remember the 1996 crime bill? What was it? 80-something, 90-something crime bill. Who drafted that? I think that was Biden. I think Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton's husband, signed off on it. Who else? Kamala Harris. She was there. Out there in the Bay. She was there in San Francisco. Yeah, she was there. She was a district attorney in San Francisco. Yeah. Should I keep going? Oh, okay.
While white locals and visiting white tourists were able to enjoy the amenities of the downtown and Strip Vegas resorts, it was made clear that although black residents could work long...
Hold on. Let me take this off the screen. Bam. All right, let's continue.
...hours as maids, cooks, or porters, they were not invited to the party. So you know what they did, right? They did what we do best. Our own thing.
Oh yeah, there was a Cotton Club, there was the El Morocco Club, there was a Town Tavern, there was a Louisiana Club. These were all on Jackson Street.
Jackson Avenue became the economic heart of Las Vegas's West Side, providing residents with more employment opportunities and the entertainment they had so long been denied.
Jackson Avenue was a no-no for us because we weren't allowed. That was mostly clubs down there. We sneak to use the store.
Yeah, we sneak over there, and there them girls was in them tight dresses, and they was looking good, and their hair was so pretty. And I always told my other sister, I said, I want to dress like that. She said, no, you don't.
We'd like to go and look, just ride around and look, see what we could see on the street.
Nice. Look at that. I didn't know about that. That was interesting. So this new documentary, right? Historic West Side, go look that up. They got a lot of things going on, yeah. Yeah, they do. All right, let's keep it going.
First hospital in this country that started health maintenance organizations, HMOs. You heard of HMOs? Well, it started here at Mount Bobby. And I was a member of it, and let me tell you something. We paid into it by the month. Every year, they would make sure that you came in 3 times a year to check you to see if everything was all right, if that you didn't go to the hospital. But if you had to go to the hospital, included in what I was paying every month, that took care of the doctors and the nurses and everything, it also was insurance. So I went to the hospital for 3 days. When I got out, they gave me $100. And that's
Did anybody know this? I didn't. This is what I'm saying. A lot of stuff. This man 97, telling you these stories these stories is disappearing. And it's interesting that since Trump been in office, what I've noticed is there's been more information that has been disseminated than ever. Because you remember after the 9/11 thing, the Patriot Act went in there. They really, and this is where the Homeland Security, jumped off too, because a lot of people don't remember that after Bush came out, I think Obama is the one that created the Homeland Security Department. Because Homeland Security was not in existence until 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. But they were really suppressing information back then. I mean, Facebook was ran by the CIA, the FBI. FBI actually bought Facebook. I mean, they had all these things, right? Because you remember there was a app like Facebook before that called MySpace. Right, MySpace. It's like you do music and it was all kind of stuff. Facebook jumped on the scene right behind that. Bang. MySpace was out of there. MySpace was secure. You know what I mean? But it's interesting that all these things that have been coming out came out during Trump. When he came out the first time, he said, I'm declassifying everything. A lot of people don't remember he said that.
pay them anything. They gave me $100 because I've been paying it. It took care of everything.
And that's what HMOs were initially supposed to be.
Yeah.
But, because of the greed in this country, they turned it into a whole nother thing. But it really started off to benefit the people who were a part of it.
That's right.
And so as he goes in, they gonna make sure that he's healthy. So 3 times a year, they took him in, make sure he's healthy. It's like getting an oil change or something like that. Take your car in, where they make sure he was healthy. And then when they had to bring him in, they gave him money because he's part of this whole system. But now that HMOs now these days, of course, these guys are denying you service and all types of things. So,
but it started here.
But it started here, and it started to benefit you. It started to actually benefit the people who are a part of it.
Awesome.
So it started the right way.
Right.
Now, what you won't see, it used to be that if you went to Google and Google HMOs, the first HMO, you will get Mount Bayou. Now, there's something that else comes up, and it's not about this hospital. I don't know what they did, where they changed it or whatever.
Well, your governor in Florida is trying to take all Black history, all good Black history out of the
they know that
library.
they live in.
They know that.
in
I'm
Florida.
just telling you.
Yeah, they know.
Was the first
See what I'm saying? See, this is the difference between, this is what people need to understand, the difference between the United States of America, what you call the government, right? And the states. All right, on to the next one.
Get in here, man. Get in here. You know these monks that walk through America as a show of force? Well, everything is not what it seems. What if I told you this secret about to blow your mind? Now, their Black ancestors reached the Holy Land before a lot of peoples, which was melanated, and that was run out of history of North America. Now, these is not the same peoples that reached the Americas way before Christopher Columbus. And the secret I'm about to show you. All secrets revealed. Now, bear with me because now you have to read. And I'm going to kind of talk and narrate it just a little bit so you can kind of understand, because I don't want them to stop and slow down this video. But you see the word Irish monks, right? Right? They reached North America approximately 1,500 years ago, around about the 6th century. And as everybody always says, what is North America? The promised land of the saints. Now, we always talk about Ireland. Why is Ireland so important in the monks? Well, the monks is not what the monks we see today, right? They also reach Canada, as you can see the marker right here, Canada, right? 1,000 years ago before Columbus, right? Okay, we get it. Okay, let's continue with the secret. About to blow your man. But if you like to know that $1, greatly appreciate it.
We got you.
Now, when they landed, this is the cave that the monks spent the night in. And I know you can't see it, but my bad. But whatever. This is the cave, North America, where the monks made their pilgrims to. And where's this cave? Where's this cave? In Alabama. Alabama. Now, you.
Alabama. This guy's funny.
Go ahead and read, right? Now, they made this pilgrims with so-called the Soto, right? And Britain, which is called the Walsh Prince, Modoc, and this is a encyclopedia, right? This is a encyclopedia, right? They all came before Columbus arrived in North America, right? But historians consider this a myth, but it's an encyclopedia. Now, they made this march to show of their black nobility ancestors, which reached the America, that they was wrote out of history. But we still here. Hey, we still here. Hey, we still here. Hey. Now, somehow they left America looking like this and came back looking like this. Same thing as the Jews, right? Same thing as the Indians. The same thing as everybody else. They left America and came back looking like this. All secrets revealed.
Now, a book you need to get. They came before, no. I was about to mix them up. Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett. Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett. Now, these Irish monks over time, and these people that are coming over here, this is where the whole situation, and this needs to be a serious conversation. Right? I'm gonna throw it out there because I know people listening. I know the cats is biting. But that's cool. This is what needs to happen. A serious conversation needs to be had regarding these people that came to America. Lerone Bennett used to write articles for Ebony and Jet, right? For the brother, his last name Johnson, the one that created BET. Can't think of his first name right now, but yeah, Lerone Bennett. Lerone Bennett wrote an article called White Slavery. He wrote an actual article in that magazine called White Slavery with Lerone Bennett. The same guy that wrote the book before the Mayflower, before Ivan Van Sertima's, they came before Columbus. Read that book. Because there was consensus made. So you guys know, there was a consensus made that they would consider the whole of the Americas to be a form of Ethiopian type, Ethiopic, and what we consider to be Africa, because it wasn't called Africa then. They decided to make all melanated people descendants from Africa or Africans or from the African continent. Okay. So when these people were coming over here, scratch before the Mayflower, scratch that. I mean, scratch they came before Columbus, scratch that before the Mayflower. I'm confusing myself because I don't talk about before the Mayflower enough. Read that. Because even in that, he's saying Africa too, but he's talking about people that actually came to America before that. And he actually had things that I don't know if he was quoting it, I haven't read it in a long time. Certain things Columbus was saying when he came over here. You dig? Now, he mentioned Irish monks. So we know where the Irish come from. So you have Irish, you have the Scottish, Irish monks, Scotland, you have those people, the Tudors, right? You have the Tudors, the Stuarts, these groups of people, right? You have the Danes, you have the Vikings, because the Vikings have been documented coming over here, and the Vikings are considered to be from these areas, right? The Saxons, the Irish, the Scottish, all these areas, right? The Vikings, or what they also consider to be the Six Kings, or what they consider to be the Hyksos, Shepherd Kings. Now, the Darwinism, right? You have Darwinism. Darwinism was one of the main aspects, right? Just as they were kind of splitting up these so-called religions, right? You had Presbyterians, Lutheranism, Calvinism, Protestantism, Methodism. You had all these different isms going on. It all derived from one thing, Catholicism, or something like that. You had Anabaptists as well. These people actually were considered to be a confederacy with different ideology. And most of all these ideals came over here to America and were where you get your Federalist Papers from and all the different things that you have and all these writings and books of these people that were supposed to be signers or what they would consider to be the forefathers of the United States Constitution and so on and so forth, right? Now, I'm just talking on the surface, but I want you to think about these things because you should know this. If you don't know it, you at least know that the United States of America was started by founding fathers with certain names that signed on to them. You should also know that it started off as 13 colonies that were chartered under the British Crown, what they say. Then you also know that, there was a movie called Roots that pretty much documented or created the transatlantic slave trade. Because before that, there was no transatlantic slave trade. Till Roots. Now, in that transatlantic slave trade, if you equate it to Christopher Columbus coming out here, right, under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, then you have people that were being exiled under the Spanish Inquisition. We have these groups of people that were being moved out and were sent to penal colonies to work on plantations to serve out their time because they had three choices: convert, give up your land to the king, the new king, the crown king, or the occupancy of the king that pretty much took over the empire, but under some declaration of some sort. Or you die, or you go into indentured servitude somewhere else, and you still give up your land. But you get to keep your name. This was the key. The ones that left got to keep their name. But nevertheless, and all these times he's reading, right? And all these times, these things I'm producing, where do you see the word African? Where do you see the word Africa? Where do you see the word black? You're not going to find it. What we have next? So this is the title, so I can blow this up just a little bit. The first indigenous American mayor of South Carolina. Where my South Carolinas at? Where you at, people? Did you know about this? First indigenous American mayor of South Carolina. That be him.
Discharge the duties thereof, and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States. If you accept this oath, please indicate by saying aye. There we go. Get a hand.
I want to thank all of you who supported us in this journey. Allendale has been through a lot. We deserve better. I'm going to give you better. We are going to be working together as a team, as a family, as a community to make things better for our town. We have the best people in place to make that happen. We just need a unity, someone who can really see the dream and understand what has been tried to be achieved here. It has been blocked for so long. We're moving forward, family. No more just backstepping. We're going forward with Allendale. We're going to do some things that are powerful. And they will take notice of us. And it won't be like that negative anymore. Let's go. Love
You.
All right. I thought I closed this up. All right, comment. Thought I closed that up. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff right there. Shout out to South Carolina. If y'all don't know, now you know. That's the guy's name. Let me blow him up a little bit more. So we need to figure out where he's at. And he is a mayor. He's not a representative. He is actually the mayor of not South Carolina. He can't be the mayor of South Carolina. He has to be the mayor of a city of South Carolina. All right. So let's see here. What does it say? Let's blow it up a little bit. Indigenous Chief Sekou, elected mayor of Yamasee, South Carolina. I think that's Sekou, right? That brother that was doing that been up here. People been talking about him. Interesting. This is gonna be interesting. So that's Chief Sekou. Yeah, I think I've heard about him. All right, my brother. Real deal. Real deal. Real deal. All right. Real deal. All right, let's get on to the next one. All right, so look, this one is a little different, right? So Sekou, familiar with him? Anybody? All right, so look, this one's a little different. You guys are gonna see all the emotions and everything. I'm not worried about that. You know, what I'm looking at right now is something that, and anybody that got anything on Sekou, let me know. Yamasee, South Carolina. That's Yamasee. So we know who the Yamasee is. And if you don't, look him up. Look up the Yamasee. The Yamasee was a part of the a branch of the Muskogee. Yeah. Yamasee, the Seminole, all these people were branched, Blackfoot, a lot of different groups. But anything on Sekou, I'd like to get some information on him. But this young lady just got convicted. Focus on the judge. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up here and I'm going to put my screen up big so you guys can hear it. Right? So you guys can hear it and not pay attention to all that emotion, okay? Okay. Bam. I'm about to do that. I'm going to look. I'm going to play it for like 5 seconds, and I want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right, cool. Cool, none of your business. All right, cool. Yeah, give me some information on the brother. All right, so let's go here. I'm going to play 5 seconds of it, and I'm going to come back. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Court renders the following verdicts. Count 1. The court, having had count 1 tried to pursuant to waiver, finds.
Can y'all hear that? Oh, Darvis, South Carolina. Perfect. We're going to Sekou, the mayor of Yamasee, South Carolina. Well, if you're familiar with that, brother. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that audio? You can put a number in there. I don't care what you do. Just say yay, nay, whatever. Thumbs up, whatever. Did you guys hear that audio that I just played? Did y'all hear it? Let me know. I'm going to wait on you. Wait, let me know. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Man, that's my other thing. Come on. Give me something. All right, cool. Nah, none of your business. I need to know if you can hear that audio that I just played. I just played a little audio. Did you hear it? Now, J-Dub, is that a Y like Y or is that a Y like yes? This brother Sekou, Darvis, just got elected as mayor of Yamasee, South Carolina. All right, cool. But hold that thought, Darvis. I'm gonna pull him up real quick. Hold on, let me take it back here. And then I'm gonna show you this guy. Let me play it for Darvis. Darvis from South Carolina.
And that you will, to the best of your ability, discharge the duties thereof, and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States. If you accept this oath, please.
Not perfect, but I'm.
What the hell? I ain't want that. I don't know what that was. But yeah, that guy. I ain't want all that. Anyway, let me take that out. Yeah, that guy right there. That guy right there. Now, I know you can hear me. I want to make sure, but J-Dub said, yeah, you can hear the audio. I just want to make sure you can hear this audio. I'm going to put him up there. But I want you guys to listen to what the judge is saying. I don't want you to be looking at her. I want you to hear what this judge is saying. All right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm about to go back here, and we're about to listen.
Court renders the following verdicts. Count 1. The court, having had count 1 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02A, is charged in count 1. Count 2. The court, having had count 2 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Davion Blanton, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02A, is charged in count 2 of the indictment. Count 3, murder. The court, having had count 3 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02B, is charged in count 3. Count 4, murder. The court, having had count 4 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02B, is charged in count 4. Count 5, felonious assault. The court, having had count 5 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of felonious assault, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11 of the Revised Code, is charged in count 5 of the indictment. Count 6, felonious assault. The court, having had count 6 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of
Now, take a look at her. Wrong her. Wrong one. Now she's reading. She is reading. This is the judge. If you listen to what
and even
shut up. Damn it. Hold on. Let me remove that real quick. Let me bring her back.
Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Davion Blanton, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 1 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02A, is charged in count 1. Count 2. The court, having had count 2 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit, Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02A, is charged in count 1. Count 2. The court, having having had count 2 tried to it pursuant to waiver.
All right, so look, she's reading off codes, right? She's reading off codes, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick sidestep over here, and we're going to go over here to our Black's Law Dictionary, and we're going to go over here to our law dictionary, Black's Law 4, real quick. Right? So we want to make sure that we have this clean and clear what we're looking at here. Clean and clear. Yeah. She ran. What's up, Nadi? What's up going on, brother? All right. We want to look at this clean and clear, what we're listening to. She ran into some people and, you know, they're not here no more. All right. So we get that clear. But I want you guys to hear what she's saying and how she is saying it. Everything outside.
Finds defendant Mackenzie Sherrilli guilty of murder to wit Davion Flanagan in violation of Ohio Revised Code section 2903.02A and charged in count 2 of the indictment.
Count, indictment. Charged, count, indictment. All right, let's go here. I want to be wrong. Okay, I want to be wrong. So prove me wrong because I love to be right. All right, let's get on it. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to go full screen. Hold on. Entire screen. Here we go. Bam. All right. Let's pull this up. Let's go here. Boom. Boom. All right. We're going to go first to count. Nope. Let's go charge. Charge. Let's go in alphabetical order. Let's go to charge. Let's go to charge. Here we go. Charge. All right, here you go. Charge. You're going to take the emotions out of it. Charge. It's a verb. To impose a burden, a duty, obligation, or lien. To create a claim against property. To claim, to demand, to accuse, to instruct a jury on matters of law, to impose a tax, duty, or trust. Case law right here. In commercial transactions, to bill or invoice. Here's this case law here. A jury is charged, in quotes, with duty of trying prisoner, or as otherwise expressed, with his fate or his deliverance, with his fate or his deliverance, as soon as they are impaneled and sworn. This is a different matter from charging the jury in the sense of giving them instructions. Okay, so what we have right here, the first part that you read, is what you would consider to be your grand jury. So when they go in front of the grand jury is charged with his fate or his deliverance in their hands. Right? Now, here's charge as a noun. And encumbrance. We know what encumbrance means. It means a lien or a claim. Right? Encumbrance, lien, or claim. Synonymous words, depending on where you at. A burden or load, an obligation or duty, a liability, an accusation. Let's come over here. Case law. Here we go down here. Conversion of electrical energy into chemical energy within a cell or storage battery. It's called sweat equity. In common law practices, the final address by judge to jury before verdict, in which he sums up the case and instructs jury as to the rules of law which apply to its various issues and which they must observe. The term also applies to the address of court to grand jury, as I said prior, in which the latter are instructed as to their duties. We just read that. Now, this is common law here. Now, let's come down here to criminal law, because we don't want to deal with contracts right now. Let's deal with criminal law. An accusation or oral charge. A formal complaint, information, or indictment. A count. Accused or arraigned. Remember, we read off some of these things prior. Remember, God and country, arraignment. In an arraignment, God and country, we read that yesterday. Now let's do this, right? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. Let's go to count. Let's go to count. Okay, right on that one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right on that one. All right, let's see what we're dealing with. Count on. Count. There he is. Count. All right. Count in pleading the plaintiff's statement of his cause of action, the different parts of a declaration, each of which, if it stood alone, would constitute the ground for action. Used also to signify the several parts of an indictment, each charging a distinct offense. Count and charge when used relative to allegations in an indictment or information are synonymous. All right. Indictment. Let's go to indictment. Indictment. There we go. Let's come back here. Indictment. Here we go. Indict. See indictment. Indicted. Charged in an indictment with a criminal offense. Indictment, an accusation in writing found and presented by a grand jury. Right, number 3. Bingo. Ooh, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Legally convoked, never heard of that word before, and sworn to the court in which it is impaneled, charging that a person therein named has done some act or been guilty of some omission, which by law is a public offense, punishable on indictment, a public offense. Common law nowhere involved here. Now, right here, here's the kicker. Let's blow it up just a little bit more. A presentment differs from an indictment in that it is an accusation made by a grand jury of their own motion. Either upon their own observation and knowledge or upon evidence before them. Semicolon, while an indictment is preferred at the suit of the government and is usually framed in the first instance by the prosecuting officer of the government and by him laid before the grand jury to be found or ignored. An information resembles in its form and substance an indictment, but is filed at the mere discretion of the proper law officer of the government without the intervention or approval of a grand jury. And an affidavit is a charge made and preferred by an individual. But is that actually happening here? Is that happening? Is that happening? So basically what I just read right there is they're going to a grand jury, the DA, which is they call him an officer. He's a government officer. That's why you have the name State of California in all caps. That is the plaintiff against the defendant. Therefore, if we read all that, the state of California, the state of wherever she's from, against her. But at no point in time did they do what? Present any affidavit. It said it's preferred, but no. But in these so-called grand juries, the grand jury is actually the one doing something on their own motion, which is they call sua sponte. On our own motion, sua sponte, we have decided, and that's criminal cases, what you consider to be a criminal case where there is an injured party they assume to be, that they never present. But the one that's actually being injured is picked up, right? The administrator of the estate, or that individual, or that person, or that ens legis that they're actually substituting to bring in, and then the state takes over. Okay? On your own motion, they're doing that. We're going to talk about it in a minute. We're going to talk about it. But basically what they're saying is what you would call false advertisement. You guys ever heard of that term? False advertisement? You're advertising to the people, right? Because you're putting it on TV that you're doing something under the rule of law. But what you're not saying is that you're doing this under commercial means. I'm going to charge you 50 cents for a can of soda. And I'm going to charge you $250,000 plus 25 years in prison for this violation of the such and such a code of the such and such a state in the code. Yeah. See what I'm saying? That's what she was saying. So you put all the emotions to the side, all the clinks and the crying and all that shit, and you look at it from this perspective. What was she doing? Count, charge, indictment. All right? So we got that. Let's move on.
Being a government servant is not that hard. I'm going to show you in the law what the main object of all government is.
Section 35. Objective of government. That the sole object and only legitimate end of government is to protect the citizen in the enjoyment of life, liberty, and property. And when the government assumes other functions, it is usurpation and oppression.
Government's sole job is to protect the enjoyment of your life, liberty, property. That's the law, period. Any other function is usurpation and oppression. So here's a few examples of usurpation and oppression. Government taxing your life, liberty, property. That would be considered oppression.
Oppression. The misdemeanor committed by a public officer who, under color of his office, wrongfully inflicts upon any person any bodily harm, imprisonment, or other injury. An act of cruelty, severity, unlawful exaction, or excessive use of authority. An act of subjecting to cruel and unjust hardship. An act of domination. See coercion, cruelty, threat, oppressor.
We don't need to do that. Let's go to oppression. Can we find it? Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. All right, let's go. OP, yeah, there we go, OP. There we go. Oppression. The misdemeanor committed by a public officer who, under color of his office, wrongfully inflicts upon any person any bodily harm, imprisonment, or other injury. An act of cruelty, severity, unlawful exaction, or excessive use of authority. All right. Oppressor, a public officer who unlawfully uses his authority by way of oppression. All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Good stuff. None of your business. All right. That was cool. What am I looking at on time? Okay, we started at 30. I'm on, what, an hour? All right, cool. I got some more time. Naughty, don't go nowhere. We're going to talk about that arbitration. Arbitrary and capricious in nature, right, Naughty? Arbitrary and capricious in nature. Now we have that, right? You got language coming here. Hope you guys are taking notes. Hope you guys are taking your own notes. All right? Just showing it, referencing, giving reference. All right. So hey, we're gonna change directions just a little bit. We got one more on that one. I think this is, and then we're gonna change our direction into just some other things. So let's just float on. Float on.
People, I want you to know you are now the criminal problem we are focused on. You endanger families, children, and people who are simply going about their day. In the state of Louisiana, along with our law enforcement partners on both the federal and local level, are going to start responding swiftly and decisively. Now, I want to talk directly about our judicial system. You know, judges hold enormous power, but they are not social workers with a gavel. They are the final gatekeepers of public safety. And I'm talking about both at the state level and especially in the Middle District at the federal level as well. People say, we cannot arrest our way out of this problem, and they are right. But we can sentence our way out of this problem. So let me be clear. Judges who continuously release violent offenders back on our streets, who fail to use the full authority of their office to protect the public, are going to be held accountable. When judges refuse to enforce boundaries or consequences, they're not rehabilitating anyone. What they're doing is abandoning young people until a tragedy like this becomes inevitable. And you know what? That's not justice. That's negligence. That's masquerading around as mercy. The people of Louisiana expect judges to uphold the law, to apply serious consequences for serious crimes, and to prioritize the safety of our citizens above all else.
So the Louisiana governor is under fire because he has taken a strong stance against crime, and he doesn't want people to continue to reoffend with these long rap sheets, and then it results in what happened at the mall shooting, in which several people got injured, including people that wasn't even related to the whole incident that happened at the food court, in which they then went on a manhunt. They made.
All right. So this brother right here, he wanted to speak about that. Let me play this back and let me tell you what I heard.
You are now the criminal problem we are focused on. You endanger families, children, and people who were simply going about their day. In the state of Louisiana, along with our law enforcement partners on both the federal and local level, are going to start responding swiftly and decisively. Now, I want to talk directly about our judicial system. You know, judges hold enormous power, but they are not social workers with a gavel. They are the final gatekeepers of public safety. And I'm talking about both at the state level and especially in the Middle District at the federal level as well. People say, we cannot arrest our way out of this problem, and they are right. But we can sentence our way out of this problem. So let me be clear. Judges who continuously release violent offenders back on our streets, who fail to use the full authority of their office to protect the public, are going to be held accountable.
That's what I heard. Now, they want to utilize and they want to magnify what was happening with them youngsters out there doing that crazy stuff. But me, myself, these are paid actors this is to me, that's them 4-letter, 3-letter type things that's, you know, got masks on. If you see those pictures, they have masks on, and you don't even know how old they are. You don't even know where they come from. You don't even know if they from Louisiana. You don't know who. Have you guys learned yet? Have you learned? But they want to make the focus, right? Just like this brother want to do. He want to focus on them people that went up in there, got the looting. But have we learned anything over the last 7 years? Put your mask on. Oh, yeah. People utilize that to their advantage. And then if you actually look at that video, that video, whatever they're showing, you could tell them there's people out there that don't know what's going on, and everybody's looking at their phone like instructions or something like, you know what I mean? They're just out there, just running around, and you see they pausing, then they running over here. Okay, you got people pointing over there. Now let's go over here. Now let's go over there. Now let's go over here. Now let's go over there. When y'all gonna figure this out? See, that's gaslighting. See, this guy wants to get views, wants to get clicks, and he wants to focus on that. But what he said, what the governor said, you judges are the final gatekeepers. The keyword gatekeeper. Now they want to focus on people committing crimes, letting them out, but the bottom line is you judges that are acting as gatekeepers, that are sitting here picking and choosing, because there's people still getting football numbers on charges, counts, and indictments and grand juries and all that stuff. We ain't talking about that, but if we actually did a straight census, right? If we actually did some research on how many people are being convicted per day in Louisiana. Just say Louisiana. I bet you there's still people being convicted. But you got other people out here going in the stores and doing all that stuff. I mean, I looked at that video. I said, man, that is stage play. They pushing each other and all that stuff. Ain't nobody get hurt. They just out there just tearing shit up. And this is where martial law comes in. This is how they can invoke that martial law. And then they can sit there and focus on something, but utilize these actors in order to invoke that. Yeah. You remember the guy had said, I fund both sides of the war. Either way, I'm winning. Because guess what? They both gonna be in debt to me.
When judges refuse to enforce boundaries or consequences, they're not rehabilitating anyone. What they're doing is abandoning young people.
Abandoning. So what are they doing? They're abandoning their position, their official position, and they're operating outside their duty and their oath, their fiduciary duty. Because he said they're not abandoning young people, right?
Until a tragedy like this becomes inevitable. And you know what? That's not justice. That's negligence.
Negligence. Right? Negligence. So we're going to take the emotion part out of it. We're going to take the movie part out of it, theater out of it, and we're going to focus on his words. Judges that are operating outside their judicial official capacity that they took an oath to do. Because they're doing this on one end. This is what they call playing politics, and they're letting certain people go based on them getting that in their back pocket. And then on the other end, they're saying, yeah, you can go, though. So I guarantee that there's people going to jail. There's people going to prison based on these same charges, counts, and indictments. Meaning what? Sua sponte, on own motions through grand juries, without nan affidavit, with the government, with these public officials, government officials, bringing charges. How about that? Now, this is something that was sent to me regarding the conversation between China and the United States. How about this one?
This year is the 250th anniversary of American independence. Congratulations to you and to the American people. I always believe that our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other, and a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation.
Now, this is what I always argue about. Because this is where the news, what they call the mainstream media news, confuses the situation. China's the enemy. China's the enemy. China's the enemy. But what they're not talking about is the Chinese Communist Party, just like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. That's why Trump was saying, hey, I created a new party, MAGA, Make America Great Again. People forget about that MAGA, huh? Make America Great Again. That's a party he created, and he's running under that, but he's created it as an offshoot of the Republicans. And what you don't know, there's a lot of Republicans that don't like Trump. You got enemies on both sides. Thought you knew. But right here, you're dealing with Xi Jinping, the president, what we just call president over here, I don't know what they call themselves over there, of the People's Republic of China. That's what it's called. That's what the government is called, just like the United States of America. But really, it's supposed to be the Republic United States for America. Huh? Now, people like to say, well, democracy, Chinese Communist Party. Chinese Communist Party, based on what I'm looking at in my research, is the ones that's been over here infiltrating. People that have been moved out of the government and representation positions, especially in California, especially in San Francisco, the Bay Area, with these Asians that they have been working with as spies under the Chinese Communist Party. But what the mainstream media that has, they always want to talk about China. But it's not China. China is the People's Republic of China, not the Chinese Communist Party. People like to think the Democrats and the Republicans are the United States of America. They're not. They're parties. And that's why they always use the term our democracy or who's in power. Oh, he's in power. He's this. This is the language that they say. Get the emotions out of it and hear what they're actually saying, people, because it's not what you think it is. The people that are in power, the Democrats, the Republicans, and all these different groups, now they talk about leftists and center right and center rightists and neocons and all this other type of shit, right? You have people that have groups that come together to corner the market of the people to vote for them so that way they can gain power. And these people that are actually voting have an interest in that power that they want. But the number one thing that is on the top agenda is what? You cannot let these so-called black people know who they are. Number two, you cannot let these so-called black people get into position. You must vet them clearly. There's a script. There's a look that they have. There's a dress that they have. There's a lingo that they have. This right here is what's going on for real. That's not AI. But everybody want to talk about the voting, but people don't understand the real electorate, the real electoral college. They don't understand what all that stuff means. A lot of people don't know that you didn't have no vote if you wasn't a landowner. You had no call on what was going on this land if you didn't own land. But nevertheless, that's enough of that.
With all of that, what exactly did the vote deliver for African Americans? Black unemployment runs roughly twice the white rate. Always under Reagan, under Clinton, under Bush, under Obama, under Trump, under Biden, and under Trump again. The ratio doesn't move. The ratio does not respond to whoever is in office. And the same with mass incarceration. The Bureau of Justice statistics from just last September found that Black adults are imprisoned at 5.3 times the rate of.
Now, why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Let me show you something. Let me show you what's in here. Yeah, I'm going right here. Going right here. Let's go here to let me go right here, treaties. Nope, that ain't what I want. That ain't what I want. I'm about to show you something. Indian child welfare. All right. Indian child welfare. Indian child welfare. Okay. Let's come down here just a little bit. Yeesh. Social Security. Just throwing these out there real quick. I'm about to show you a couple things, right? Real quick. I don't want to be here too long on this. I want to, bam. Here we go. All right. So you have, let me come back here. It's not giving it to me. There was some already had bookmark. I think I just lost that. I just lost it. I'll come back to that. I'll find it. But Title 18 United States Code, right? The Title 18 United States Code is the criminal code, USC. Crimes and criminal procedures. You will find Title 18 crimes and criminal procedures all through Title 25 of the United States Code in the Indian. We're dealing with the Indian. The reason why I'm saying that is because based on what this brother is talking about and why we are being imprisoned, we are being imprisoned under Title 18. The criminal code is for us. It was established for us. June 25th, 1948. What was going on at that time? But I digress off of that. Let's get back.
White adults in America. Talking about 1 in 54 black men is in prison right now today while I'm talking. The prison population in the United States of America went from 500,000, 500,000 in 1980 to 2.2 million in 2015, a 700% increase. And the architects of that machine were the people that you voted for. The 1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act, which is the crack cocaine versus powder cocaine disparity that destroyed a whole generation of black people, of African Americans, that was supported with bipartisan support. Welfare reform that gutted the safety net for poor black people. Bill Clinton in 1996 passed that. Obama deported more people than any president before Trump. These are the people that you voted for, not the people that you voted against. These are the works of the people that you yourselves delivered into office with the African American voting bloc. I'm asking, is that what your grandmother fought for at Selma? Is that what she fought for during the civil rights movement? Or police killings? 2024 was the deadliest year on record under a Democratic administration, Joe Biden. Black Americans are 12% of the population of the United States of America, but 26% of those who get murdered by the police. And that ratio is stable. It's completely stable for the entire decade for which we have data. It doesn't move when the White House changes hands. And in 99% of the cases, no officer is charged. It doesn't matter who you voted for. Now tell me, with all of that, what exactly did the vote deliver for African Americans?
Now, I just want to put that out there. I'm ending off on that, right? I'm ending off on it. Let me read this to you, so I don't have to go search for it. So Title 25 of the United States Code focus on laws related to Indians and their affairs. While Title 18 USC is the main criminal code of the federal government, addressing federal crimes and procedures. The two titles can intersect, particularly in areas involving criminal jurisdiction over crimes committed in Indian country, where both titles may apply. Okay, now here's a compare and contrast, right, in that aspect, right? Jurisdiction, Title 25, governs Indian affairs and tribal matters. Title 18 governs federal criminal jurisdiction. Criminal jurisdiction can intersect with Title 18 in Indian country. Addresses federal crimes, including those in Indian country. Application applies specifically to tribes and their members. Applies to all federal crimes, including those affecting tribes. The intersection of titles. Crimes in Indian country. Both titles can apply to crimes committed in Indian country. Title 25 may provide specific tribal jurisdiction, while Title 18 outlines federal jurisdiction. Tribal authority. Title 25 allows tribes to exercise certain criminal jurisdictions, which can coexist with federal laws under Title 12. Now, for those of you that say you are Indian, you are under, let me not say under, you are within the custodialship, whether you like it or not, of the United States of America through the Department of Interior, the War Department, and the Treasury. Right? Now, what is considered to be Indian country? Let's take a look. What is considered to be Indian country? And then I'm going to put the link in the chat. What is considered to be Indian country? You know I'm going to show this every time because you're going to get it. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. Indian country, as the term is used in the federal statutes, is a country to which the Indians retain the right of use and occupancy involving, under certain restrictions, freedom of action and of enjoyment in their capacity as a distinct people, and ceases to be such when their title is extinguished unless by virtue of some reservation expressed at the time and clearly appearing. This term does not necessarily import territory owned and occupied by Indians, but it means all those portions of the United States designated by this name in the legislation of Congress. Now let's get down here real quick. Let's come down here. Indian title. Claim of Indian tribes of right because of immemorial occupancy. That's your distinct that I showed that I read in Indian country. Immemorial occupancy, to roam certain territory to exclusion of any other Indians. Okay. That's northwestern bands of Shoshone Indians, right? Certain situations versus U.S. Indian tribe, a separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal indigenous Indian race, I said indigenous, Indian race of men found in the United States. Distinct people. So anywhere your foot touches, if you're claiming to be an Indian, by definition here, what the law says, because people trespass on those things, those rights, or those immemorial distinct rights that and rule that we have. Anywhere your foot touches is Indian country. Indians, the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. Wherever your foot touches is Indian country. Now, here's where the failure to disclose, right? Do you not think they know that? Do you not think these people that are operating in public office don't have this in their library, on their shelves? Do you think they don't have Bouviers? Do you think they don't have American jurisprudence? Do you think they don't have encyclopedias, a thesaurus, Webster's dictionary? Do you think they don't have corpus juris secundum? These public officials. You think they don't have that? You think they don't have the Federalist Papers? You think they don't have the Constitution? You think they don't have all these codes? Do you think they don't have the GPO Styles Manual? You think they don't have this? Do you really think they out here walking around with their head up their ass without full conscious of what they're doing? Well, think again. Now I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Hopefully you guys like that. Where was I at? Am I at what was that? 30 minutes and then 90. I said hour, 30 minutes. Okay, cool. Right on it. That's 2 hours right there. I started at 30. It's an hour and 30 later, 2 hours. Clap it up. Yeah. See, I'm good. Look, I freestyled that. I'm good. I'm about to give myself a hand. One more thing. Yeah. Straight hour and a half. Told you I'm a professional at this, y'all. Better know it. I'm good at this. I'm very good at this. Very good at this. Now, about to put the link in. I want specifically to come up here right now. I want Nadi to come up here. Nonetheless, if he's in the building, I want Darvis to come up here. Y'all still in the building. J-Dub. I want y'all to come up here. None of your business. You free to come up here. American Isness. Y'all free to come up here. I want them brothers to come up here. Anybody that got anything to add to what we was talking about, because I know they chomping at the bit right now. I know they ready to get at me. So this is what I'm going to do. Y'all come on up. Anybody that want to come up too, you can, but make sure you stay on the topic. When I say the, that's with two E's. Two E's. Derek, you in the building. Come on up. I didn't see you in the building. Come on up. Did I see you in the building? Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Hold on. Let me get this stuff up out of here. Now I'm gonna drop it in the. Let's get that out of here. Get that out of here. Let's get that out of here. Let's get that one out of here. Let's get that one out of here. Let's get that one. All right, cool. Bam. Hold on, let me mute up real quick so I can fix this up. Oh, you fishing right now, but I'm listening. All right. Yeah. I was just yeah, I just wanted to kind of, clarify that with that brother say cool that guess he's the mayor now. He's the mayor of Yamasee, South Carolina. How many you catch so far, Darvis? Or you just sitting there with a beer in your hand? Don't come out there empty-handed. All right, let me pin it to the chat real quick, Nani. Let me pin it to the chat. Cool, man. Cool. Where's it at? There we go. Pin message. All right, my brother. You got the floor.
So where we starting? Started with the Irish,
Hey,
1,500 years
that's a
prior
good
to
place. Yeah, we
Columbus.
might as well work our way up to the present time. Might as well. Go ahead. Wherever you want to go with it.
So they got some historical evidence of some Ethiopians with cave drawings of themselves and things in Illinois, someplace. They just coming up with say they from Ethiopia.
No shit. Man, it's all kind of shit in Illinois, man.
You got the Irish just talking about their 1,500 years prior to Columbus, which would have put them in the 6th century. I can show you already how these Confederates was already established. The reason that they identify America with as the promised land because it was the land of the milk and honey, like ideally land of gold, streets made of gold. This is an ancient world over here, so ancient. Um, you have where we going from there? To the codes, to the judges, to your arbitration. How you gonna develop your country inside of a land that you calling you calling a country or you calling whatever you want to call it. They don't know what they call it. Man,
Right.
all this shit is just bullshit. And it's
Man,
running
some
away with
things
people's imagination.
there got to be something to it, man. We can't. But
This Indian talk,
we gotta take it for face
they
value, though.
free
Right
and this and that. People don't understand that the language that's coming out of my mouth is that they didn't create this word. They riding on a word that was created already prior to them. And going off of something someone write about that's not in a good status. It's not in a good essence of an individual to be identified as such. So I don't understand the the corporation on want to linger to it and attach themselves.
Hmm. Can you hear me, Nadi?
Yep, I hear you.
I would say there's got to be something to it. I mean, you can't just throw it all out. There's got to be something to this, where they're having this conversation. Now, whether we are involved in it, was involved in it or not, to me that makes me no, never mind on that one. What I'm saying is, at this point in time, we in it. I mean, they trespassing on us, not even going north. You know what I'm saying? So within what they have contrived, right? I call it a contriving. All these things they've done. That's why I use the plenary. I'm just use another word: forgery, contriving something in order to get us to bait us into this situation. You know what I'm saying? Where we at right now, and at the same time, what they would consider to be in their terms, what they consider to be Indian country is wherever we touch our feet. They know who they're dealing with. Me, they know exactly who they're dealing with. And the only way they can get to us is through these bywords and knowing that we are supposed to be self-governing, self-determined, and all these different things, our own nation, even within ourselves, whether we know it or not. And the only way, and this is, and we are to be a sworn enemy to them. I haven't been convinced of anything less than we have to be. What I went through growing up and what I've seen when I was young, man, we are sworn enemies to these people. I'm just telling you. That's just the way I see it. I don't see it no other way.
Sworn enemies are mutual.
Well, okay. All right. So let me do this then. Let me do this then. Okay, I'm gonna roll with you. So these same people that I'm about to bring up here, about to show these people again about this voting rights shit. They know that they are Indians, and they know that they are sworn enemies, and there are sworn enemies as well. Obviously, they're what did he say? There's no honor amongst thieves. That I mean, you're sworn enemies. You agree to disagree. All these different terms, but we're going to sit here and operate in a way because there's obviously an enemy of my enemy is my friend. So obviously they created some form of alliance in order to keep us in a situation because I know goddamn well you ain't gonna see me in no suit with a bow tie on or no necktie or anything else for that matter. This is very much necessary. My mama tell me to put a tie on, I'm gonna put a tie on in the suit. Outside of that, I ain't doing it. So I'm rolling with you. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that what we're doing?
Would you consider the scripts as common law?
You said script?
Yeah, the scripts.
Oh. It has, but it also has commercial law in it too. I wouldn't say complete common law I wouldn't say complete. I would say yeah, but not all. Let me say it like that. Not all.
But that's the way it's designed.
Understood.
Just because they created commercial from the text isn't making the text commercial. In the text, it tells you you can't be a server of two gods.
That's right.
When in the essence of the text telling you to identify God as your body is his temple or her temple or its temple.
Mm-hmm.
So the God of you, the God in your temple, in your essence, don't belong serving another God. So when we put ourselves in place under the definition of property, remember you put in the the um the um the tech the your show just now. It was what
Which one? Which one? The brother that was talking? Damn, I should have took that out. Oh, you got clipped out. All right, so he'll be back. I was trying to figure out which one he was talking about. But yeah, let me take the opportunity to start playing some of these things, right? I'm gonna start with the guy, Facebook, right? This right. No, let's start with this one. This one was short. Start with this one. The 14th Amendment has nothing to do with citizens of the state. Let's start with this one. A lot of people got this misunderstood. Let's start. Let's start with that one. I'm gonna go frame by frame, so that way I can look at the chat and go from there. So let's take this frame by frame, and then we're gonna go back to these elected people. Yeah, now they'll be back. I'm pretty sure none will be up here. They'll be up here in a sec. But let's do this. Slaughterhouse cases. Remember that? Let's blow it up. Let's read it. That these rights are separate and distinct was held in the slaughterhouse cases. Recently decided by the Supreme Court, the rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment, which is the United States Constitution. They stand as they did before the adoption of the 14th Amendment. So that means that the state is not actually recognizing the 14th Amendment. Remember, that there's, contrary to public opinion, a lot of people are saying that the 14th Amendment wasn't properly ratified. During that time, you needed 33 states to ratify it. I don't think they got the necessary votes, and then the 13th Amendment was altered. If I could just use that word. Now they say they stand as they did before the adoption of the 14th Amendment and are fully guaranteed by other provisions. Provisions. You know, they also, in certain things, like if you look at some of these old movies, provisions is considered to be food. All right. Clothing, shelter. How about that? The rights of citizens of the states have been the subject of judicial decision. The rights of citizens of the states have been the subject of judicial decision on more than one occasion. Judicial decision, let me read it from right to left. Judicial decision have subjected or determined the rights of citizens of the states. All right? Translate that for you.
Okay, that's what I was getting into before I got interrupted there. You can hear me fine?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. So the servant of two gods. You have to remember the citizen is capitalist, I forget the word. It slips me.
What's that?
Capitalist, the mental, is it the mental annus?
What was you talking about?
We looked up a word the other day about the capital name is strips you of your identity, family, um, 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 status. It places you under the government's.
Oh yeah. I probably wouldn't. I probably have stepped away. All right. So under the circumstances, right? Okay. So just it'll come back to you. Just keep going. Keep going with it.
Capital Dominutui or some shit like that. I can't remember the name, but it's Dementioso or Dementio. Yeah, capital is Dementio. Capital Dementio. So the citizen is not you or I as a man. We're the property of. This is what's being identified. So when they're the government officials places for property and the pursuit of happiness of that property and wooka wooka waka waka. You remember when the white man with the glasses you put up there with the sunglasses
Mm-hmm.
and was given a definition of public official?
Mm-hmm.
The citizen is not the living body, bro. They don't identify the citizen as a living body in the structure of paperwork. Paperwork is what's running shit. So when it's being identified, it's identified as a citizen that's under the jurisdiction thereof. So you have a contractual agreement with that state. That state gonna run you up under codes because now you're afflicted to the corporation.
I'm about to
The
pull this up. I'm about to go ahead. I'm about to pull it up. What you was talking about?
no people is trying to
You talking about
identify
capitis diminutio, right?
diminutio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
diminutio. Yeah. All right. So let's pull this up. Let's pull it up so you can get a good look at it. Let me just go ahead and go on screen. And I wouldn't even show on my screen when I was reading that stuff off when I played that video. There it is right there. Capitis diminutio. In Roman law, a diminishing or abridgment of personality, a loss or curtailment of a man's status or aggregate of legal attributes and qualifications. Yeah? That's it?
Yeah. Or go down to the second one,
Yeah.
maximum.
Yeah, maximum.
Capitis diminutio maximum.
Okay, so the highest or most comprehensive loss of status. Okay. This occurred when a man's condition was changed from one of freedom to one of bondage when he became a slave. That's what you're talking about. It swept away with it all rights of citizenship and all family rights.
And these people saying that these names belong to them. And they
I'm about to
created
use
these.
this. I'm about to use this. I know exactly how to utilize this, especially the last one, Capitis Diminutio Media. I know how to use that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to use that. Now, okay, so let's go back to the audio. Let's break this down together. Just me and you. So we're gonna flow with this one. Let's go frame by frame. Oh, I wouldn't even play it. Let me start it all over again. I didn't even bring it to the stage. Let me start all over again. It's Instagram.
Again, the rights of citizens of the state, as such, are
Pause.
not under consideration.
Hold on. Let me start it off.
Pause right there.
Yeah, I'm starting it from the jump anyway. Go ahead. What's
The
that?
rights of the citizens are the rights for the citizens of the state. Do we understand what that is? That's that all caps name with that driver's license saying Illinois on the top. That's that birth certificate with that all caps name saying Illinois or Kentucky or Texas or Alabama on the top. That's the state of, and that's the citizen of the state right there on that paper. Paperwork, what they can verify, what they can see, what they accredited to any financial or appendage under representation. That is what the citizen is. You as a man or living woman or child are the property of that citizen because you're using their identity under the paperwork to use as yourself. So you just stripped away all your rights, all your family rights, all your status of being a man or a woman and placed you up under some identity of state citizen. Property of. Go ahead, you can play it.
The slaughterhouse cases, recently decided by the Supreme Court. The rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment. That's a huge one. Again, the rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment.
Now, okay, so this is why I was saying that the 14th Amendment, the state constitution, the state laws and how they operate, totally different from the United States. Now, I want to gear it towards so-called black people. I want to gear it towards so-called black people that considered us black and African. You know, I want to stay right there in that. And then those that actually claim to be Indian, Aboriginal, Tachans. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's still pretty much, I would say 95% of their life is within the continental United States. Now let's go over to this one. Let's go over to this one.
You playing something?
Yep.
I can't hear it.
Can't hear it?
No.
Oh yeah, that's because I didn't know. Yep, that's why you couldn't hear it. Sure didn't. I thought I did say I was taking it frame by frame. I sure did. I sure did. Let's bring it up. Appreciate that. Start over.
He was a good little citizen, according to his understanding. That on or about the 5th day of April, 1880, and prior to said election, this plaintiff presented himself to said Charles Wilkins as such registrar at his office for the purpose of having his name registered as a qualified voter, as provided by law, and complied with all provisions of the statutes in that regard, and claimed that under the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, he was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise the elective franchise regardless of his race and color, and that said Wilkins designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then and there refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian and therefore not a citizen of the United States and not therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and with the willful, malicious, corrupt, and unlawful design to deprive him, this plaintiff, of his right to vote at said election and of his rights and all other Indians of their rights under said 14th, 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States on account of their race and color.
All right. So we have that right there. That's black letter right there. Black letter, black ink on white paper. Like my man Rev EJ say, rest in peace. Black ink on white paper, baby. We can't run from that. Case law, precedent, Article 4, full faith and credit. Can't run from that. Precedent. Can't run from that.
Run from what? What are you talking about?
We can't run from what they talking about. You know, Indian, right? Couldn't vote. 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment. All these things didn't apply to an Indian at that time. Now, we're going off, just know, we're not on opposite sides.
Why didn't it apply?
What I'm saying, this is what it said. They said he couldn't vote based on him being an Indian. Couldn't get none of that.
And why didn't it apply? Okay, the same reason it didn't apply to C outside of Negroes being 3/5 of a vote as a
Okay.
citizen.
Okay,
So you
but
can't you
I don't agree with that 3/5. I
okay,
think three
okay,
fifths.
hold up.
I think
Hold
three
up.
fifths was minors. I think 3/5 was minors, but that's a digression. Let's.
So
I'm gonna stay with you on
no,
the
no, it's not. It's showing property, bro. It's showing property has no rights.
minors. That's minors.
Huh?
You're not
No,
at the
it's
age
not
of
minor.
majority.
That's major.
Mm.
Huh?
You're not at the age of majority. You're a minor. That means
Oh,
you are
oh,
property.
oh, oh. Well, age of majority and minors. Look up. I think it's 42 1983. Pull
Yeah,
that up right quick.
that's deprivation of rights on the color of law.
And
That's
I believe it specifically says white man in there.
That'll be a digression. All right, we can come back to that. I want to deal
Well,
with.
this is what I'm trying to show you. Prior to the 14th Amendment, all citizens were white. Were
That's right.
white.
That's right.
So white men specifically. The
Yeah,
white
white
woman
men.
didn't have a vote.
That's
So
right.
when it comes to adding in the 14th, 15th, bringing in them type of citizens by way of the 13th Amendment, you're seeing property of the state being in correlation to have a tally of government amenities by adding its citizenry to the United States. This is where you're going to see the birth certificates and the social security cards start to come in.
Right.
To be identified under the structure of allotments for each state to
But
improve their
that's
expense.
that's another 70 years later though.
Not necessarily.
14th Amendment, that's what, 1868, 69, 70?
13th Amendment.
13th, well, the
1860.
original 13th came out in 60, what, 1, 2?
Yeah.
And then the next 13th Amendment came with the Emancipation Act, made Lincoln switched that up and got his whole shit twisted back. Once that new 13th Amendment came in, he knocked out. Yeah.
Yep. So it was like they was already in preparation of building up the United States, bro. That's what Lincoln was coming in again. And I keep telling the people, it depends on which side of the Dixie line you was on, is how you was labeled. You was labeled as a Negro, you was on one side, you was labeled as a Indian if you was on another side.
Okay, so let me blow this up real quick. Let me read it. Let me read it so I can get it better. All right, so that on or about the 5th day of April and prior to said election, said Charles Wilkins as such registrars at his office for the purpose of qualified business statutes claimed that under 14th, 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise in color, and that's it, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously. Then did register the plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian. And that shit ain't working. That shit is all blocked out. So we gotta read this. We gotta listen to this again.
He was a good little citizen, according to his understanding. That on or about the 5th day of April, 1880, and prior to said election, this plaintiff presented himself to said Charles Wilkins as such registrar at his office for the purpose of having his name registered as a qualified voter, as provided by law, and complied with all provisions of the statutes in that regard, and claimed that under the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, he was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise the elective franchise regardless of his race and color. And that said Wilkins designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then and there refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian and therefore not a citizen of the United States and not therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and with the willful, malicious, corrupt, and unlawful design to deprive him, this plaintiff, of his right to vote at said election and of his rights and all other Indians of their rights under said 14th, 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States on account of his or their.
All right, so I'm leading up to something now. Let's move on to the next one. I'm leading up to somewhere because I want to get to 2020.
I want to know how is he still an Indian once he made his registrations and became a citizen of the United States?
I would like that too. I would like to know that too, because it seems like this is what I'm saying. Like they know who we are and they want to deprive rights. You know what I'm saying? Based on they knowing who you are, and then
Well, they want to deprive rights based on your knowledge. So the ones that ain't gonna make no noise, they can
they ain't
come in
tripping
and be
off us.
citizens.
Yeah. They ain't tripping off them. Yeah.
Right. But the ones that's gonna make noise, shit, look here. You can't even come in here playing because you ain't part of this party.
Yeah. What
Your property. You don't
what
have
I
a
want,
right for vote.
yeah, what I want people to know also is that participation in the United States is what it is, voluntary. You can dip in and dip out as you will within the United States. You can use the United States citizenship to your advantage and do, if you understand what you're doing. If you don't, boy, that's your ass. If you don't ask no questions, then you get what you get. It's like a cesspool. But look, let me get on to this guy right here, right? So the first one, slaughterhouse case, right? Let's listen to this guy real quick. Now, this guy is today. This guy is today. This is 12 hours ago, but it really ain't 12 hours ago. But you see that she got the New York Yankees hat on. You know, this is today. MSNBC, professor, Princeton University, Eddie Glaude. See, people want to say Glaude. No, it's Glaude. What is that? Sounds kind of French to me. Kind of Frenchy. Kind of Huguenot-y. Hold on. All right, enough jokes. Hold on.
Well, that's my son was able to benefit a little bit. That we.
What happened, Coach?
My bad, I was getting everything together. All right, so now, here we go. Got the screen up. There you go. That is Eddie, and his name ain't Eddie. That's his pen name or his stage name, Eddie. And D, it is Edward. Glaude. Not Glaude. Not Glaude. It's Glaude. That is French. Okay? Kind of Huguenotish. Something like that. Now, you look at it from this perspective, right? And you listen to what this guy's about to say. But you notice that he's a professor at where? Princeton. All right, let's listen.
Just got access to these damn institutions. That we just got access to these damn institutions. Good point. My dad couldn't go to Princeton. Yeah. Well, that's my son was able to benefit.
Now, look at this guy over here. Look at the guy right next to him. He's looking at him like, are you serious? You really about to do this? Shameful.
A little bit from a regime that allowed him to at least to be considered, right?
Regime. See, here they go with these words. Regime. This is how you know that there is a occupancy, whether it's military or not, I don't know. But there is a force. And that's a good pause right there. Look at it. Look at it. That boy squinting his eye. Boy, hey, I closed everything. Yeah, I'm going to make fun of him. Yep, he's a joke.
I consider myself, if to call me an affirmative action hire or a diversity hire doesn't bother me. It says more about.
What are you talking about? Look how you talk, bruh. You talk the so-called King's English. You talk good through your nose. You do it very well. I can do it too. Yeah, but, you know, that's a lot of work. You see, you got to scrunch your face up. I can't even cam up. I would do it. You got to scrunch your name up. I mean, your face up, all that shit. This guy right here. But he's a professor. And he's actually a professor during this whole time that DEI has been snatched. DEI has been snatched now. Voting rights has been snatched. Let's see if he keeps his job. See if he keeps his job.
You than it says about me. Why am I a diversity hire? Because damn it, if you didn't have the criteria, you wouldn't even think about me. That says more about you than about me, right? And so here we are in a moment. Once again,
are you a DEI hire, bro? Are you a DEI hire? What we don't know is how long you've been teaching it.
Again, where the nation thought it could actually, we thought we were engaged in a racial reckoning, and damn it, we're doing it again.
Look at her. She's like waving her hands and all that stuff. Like, yeah, can y'all get it? Can y'all get it? So this sister right here that got a New York hat on, I guarantee you she's in a sorority. Just looking at her in her face. She's in a sorority. That's guaranteed. And she's making good money. You could just tell just by looking at her. You could just tell. At least I can. How I know this? Don't worry about it.
Betraying it, turning our backs on it again in the context.
And then he goes, that's flow right there. Let me translate this to you. He's flowing right now. He's got them sitting there captured, right? No interruption. He's on that pit. He's on that soapbox right now. He's moving. He's moving. Good shit.
Of the end of the Reconstruction. I just got to say this really quick. In the context of the end of Reconstruction, between 1868 and the turn of the 20th century, 55,000 Black people were killed.
55,000.
Nice job, woman.
I just got to say this really quick. In the context of the end of Reconstruction, between and again, in the context of the thought it could actually, we thought we were engaged in a racial reckoning, and damn it, we're doing it again. We're betraying it, turning our backs on it again in the context of the end of the Reconstruction. I just got to say this really quick. In the context.
Now you see when he said at the end of Reconstruction, you see he's pulling on his lips right there. And he does. I have to say this because he really shouldn't be saying it right now. He knows he shouldn't be saying it. He really shouldn't be saying it right now. Understand? Shouldn't be saying it.
The end of Reconstruction, between 1868 and the turn of the 20th century, 55,000 Black people were killed.
55.
Now, let me go to this one. Let me go to this guy again. Watch this. This is Princeton professor, Edward Glaude. In front of white folks again. What did he mean by triggered by Obama? Triggered. See, triggered. Talking points. See, he said, we think he's telling you right now that he's what you would consider to be an Aboriginal, Indigenous American Indian. He's telling you he's that. Everything that we saw, Dred Scott, everything we saw in Slaughterhouse, all the other things. He said the Declaration of Independence. He said the Constitution, all these things. It seemed like there were people that was trying to get into the United States and they wouldn't let them in. Look, this is our thing. We're giving you Indians not taxed. You can function in a certain way, but you cannot participate in our government because we already know what y'all gonna do. Take it over. Get out of here. You got your own thing. This is our thing. Let us have our thing, cousin. Want to get back in. Want to get back in. You see this guy? He just said he was an Indian. You saw the Slaughterhouse thing, Indian. Dred Scott, Indian. Right? Constitution, what we dealing with? Indian. He just said it. That's why I want to make these ties. But I don't want to be too long-winded. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, what he is doing here is he is making a point, and he's talking to them white folks, them so-called white folks, and he's snapping it off like, damn it. Like, why don't they? Yeah. No, man. Same situation. You go to this college. You go to these schools. These are ours. Why are you going over there? Same thing that happened with old boy. He wanted to go to Troy, and Martin Luther King told him, if you go over here, this is what's going to happen to you. Parents said, hey, you go over here, this is going to happen to us. Mammy Lou Famer. Mammy Lou Hamer. Same situation. Hey, Mississippi ain't ready for that. We ain't ready for all that integration. We ain't ready for that. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to get in trouble. Not with them. You're going to get in trouble with us because then you're going to give them jurisdiction. A lot of people just say, hey, they ain't ready for that. That's how people talk. They ain't ready for that. What? Why? Man, we ain't about to talk about all that. Not ready. Don't do it. This is the whole situation. This is what I'm saying. I've been doing this 2 weeks now on this voter rights stuff to try to make a connection. I just made the connection based on this guy right here. This guy and that guy. This is what the whole thing about the militias has been about in regards to all the civil rights and all the things going on, hey, mind your business, voting. No, not your thing. Better yet, let me give it to you in a different way. Well, another way. If you were considered to be a West African slave, you want to go and live with the people that enslaved you? You want to work extra hard to go live with people and go to school with people and vote with people that enslaved you, don't like you, don't want you to read, talk, nothing. You want to go be with these people instead of being with indigenous people and say, hey man, y'all come over here. Come over here. You can work, do what you need to do, so on and so forth. Bam. You know what I'm saying? You good with us. Obviously, we like you. You kind of close. Hey, once you do that, man, you got one of my daughters. You're going to have some land. You're going to be able to work. You can create your own family or whatever you do, so on and so forth, right? Why not go that route? But you want to go into the United States, go into their government jurisdiction, go into their citizenship where they don't like you and want your head, didn't even want you to be free, and fought hard by what public education history tells it to make sure you stayed a slave. Ain't that about it? How about that? But this guy, that guy, where he at? Where he go? Where he go? Where he go? That guy right there. This guy just admitted he's an Indian, or what you would call an Indian. But he's frustrated because every time we want to come in and all this shit, why? Because you know, if they got to hide behind these things, because they know if people found out that they were Indians and let's say their families, because what are they doing? If you're moving from one place, and yeah, I'm moving all over the place right now. My mind is like going right now. My mind is going right now. If you actually are considered to be from an indigenous nation who is foreign through treaties, foreign to the United States, and you come over to the United States, you had to have did something. Just like you have foreigners coming over here, you have to be seeking asylum based on the fact that you challenged what? The authorities, the firekeepers, the judges. And you ran over to the United States to do business with them, and they said, okay. And you ran over there to seek asylum and refugee status based on you being a traitor. I don't know. That's my theory. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
To Black elected officials in the entire United States. In the entire United States.
You're not talking about just Senate, House of Representatives.
No.
You're literally talking about state houses.
That's it.
Anywhere.
72.
In the whole country.
There you go. And then, of course, it started to do its work. And so by 1980, right before the Congress reauthorized the Voting Rights Act, we were up to about 1,500. And then Congress amended the Voting Rights Act in 1982 to change the test used for establishing discrimination under Section 2.
Right.
And after that passed,
what was the test that they used, or what was the test prior to that, and what was the test after that? Sure.
So we had thought that the test was that if you showed that a particular practice used by a state resulted in Black people not being able to elect their candidates of choice, it violated the Voting Rights Act.
Okay.
Then the Supreme Court in 1980, in a decision called Mobile versus Bolden, said, no, No. The test has to be that you have to show that the jurisdiction was intentionally racist. Like intended, yes.
So the guy would literally have to come up and go, yeah, no, we're just trying to be racist.
Yeah, and of course,
even though they didn't do that in Reconstruction, they never did that.
Well, there were a few cases where there's some interesting hearings that took place in state houses where they said some things, but that certainly was not the norm by 1980, right? Which is why the effects.
She just ran. She ran from that. See, he set her up for that. See, even though this dude is a comedian, a jokester, you don't think he understands American history? And he pretty much just checked her right there and see if she was going to be honest. See, between them, she understood the question. And then she was like, no. It was some in state houses, right? She said state houses. That was going on, like slaughterhouse. She said state houses, slaughterhouse case. She knows. But her look right there, see the look? She wasn't expecting that one. But he said it in a way where she can slip. But that face right there, it's like, damn, I'm lying. Now you didn't expose that I'm lying. But I just got to, clarify it a little bit. But under the circumstances, now that guy, who what you would consider to be a Jew, got her by the short and curlies because he already knows that she lied. What she just did is she just denounced and is continued to denounce who she really is. Because she keeps saying black, and black, and black. Let's hear it again.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 completely changed the game. When that act was...
look how she started off. Changed the game.
Finally passed by Congress, there were only 72 Black elected officials in the entire United States. In the entire United States.
You're not talking about just Senate, House of Representatives.
No.
You're literally talking about state houses.
That's it.
Anywhere.
72.
In the whole country.
There you go. And then, of course, it started to do its work. And so by 1980, right before the Congress reauthorized the Voting Rights Act, we were up to about 1,500. And then Congress amended the Voting Rights Act in 1982 to change the test used for establishing discrimination under Section 2.
Right.
And after that passed...
What was the test that they used? Or what was the test prior to that, and what was the test after that?
Sure. So we had thought that...
Sure. Yeah, break that down. Just don't tell me anything. Break it down.
The test was that if you showed that a particular practice used by a state resulted in Black people not being able to elect their candidates of choice, it violated the Voting Rights Act.
Okay.
Then the Supreme Court in 1980, in a decision called Mobile versus Bolden, said, no. The test has to be that you have to show that the jurisdiction was intentionally racist. Like intended, yes.
So the guy would literally have to come up and go, yeah, no, we're just trying to be racist.
Yeah, and of course...
Even though they didn't do that in Reconstruction. They never did that.
Well, there were a few cases where there's some interesting hearings that took place in state houses where they said some things, but that certainly was not the norm by 1980, right? Which is why the effects test was so important. So the Supreme Court says, no, it has to be intentional.
1980. 1980. So you're saying 100 years prior to that, that wasn't the norm. Let's see if I heard her correctly.
Supreme Court in 1980, in a decision called Mobile versus Bolden, said, no. The test has to be that you have to show that the jurisdiction was intentionally racist. Like intended, yes.
So the guy would literally have to come up and go, yeah, no, we're just trying to be racist.
Yeah, and of course...
Even though they didn't do that in Reconstruction.
Okay. Trying to catch it.
They never did that.
Well, there were a few cases where there's some interesting hearings that took place in state houses where they said some things, but that certainly was not the norm by 1980.
It was not the norm by 1980. Not the norm. So she's saying in 1980 it was the norm, but in 100 years prior, it wasn't the norm. Well, we know that in South Carolina, when you have this big picture everybody likes to show of all these brothers in elected positions. What happened? What happened?
Right, which is why the effects test was so important. So the Supreme Court says, no, it has to be intentional discrimination. And Congress comes back and says in 1982, no, we meant you can just show that the effects of the decision produced this result.
The results.
And these are the amendments to the Voting Rights Act in 1982. You know who really was opposed to those amendments in 1982?
I'm going to say Oliver Wendell Holmes.
No, a very bright young lawyer who worked in the Department of Justice, first as a special aid to
1980. This is 12 years after the 1968 Civil Rights Act, what is also known as the Indian Civil Rights Act or the Indian Declaration of Rights. Guys, look that up. I'm not going to do that work. You guys should. You should know all the civil rights acts. You should know them. Now, what point is she trying to make? 1980? $2026. This is not too long ago. I think I found this about a week ago. 2026, same conversation. 1980, that's what, 46 years? Do math, 1980, 40, 2026, carried, yeah, 46 years ago. $1968. Right. My bad. I didn't change up my screen again. I'm going screen by screen. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right. Let me come on back here. Bring this guy back up here. Let's bring back up here. Go ahead, Natty, before I play. Go ahead, Natty. Go ahead. Go ahead. What happened? What happened? You was in traffic? Hey. Can't hear you. Hey, y'all hear all that loud ass stuff outside? All right, let me keep playing. this thing right here. Boom.
Down to this legislature and beg for something that they rightfully were born to have, and that is a right to vote and proper representation. We live in a time where one of your colleagues can turn around and tell an audience of women and black men and women, more specifically myself, you need to shut up, boy. And you, instead of telling him and correcting him on the mic, you tell the crowd that I need to maintain order. As if we are the problem inside of this building. The people came and showed up in droves because you are trying to interrupt the flow of what they were rightfully deserved. And that is proper representation. Let me tell you what racism is. Racism is when you insert your privilege, you use it to push out your superiority against people who look like myself. And in the words of Congressman Cleo Fields, I wake up every day and I can't wash this off. They can't wash that off. And if you're going to vote and tell us that we should not deserve the right to have proper representation because of the color of our skin, that's emphatically wrong. In fact, it was St. Augustine who said that an unjust law is no law at all. Anything that comes out of this body that is in full support behind what Jim Crow, because this ain't Jim Crow that we're dealing with now, we're dealing with Jim Crow policies, is wrong. Like one thing that
All right. All right, so look. Let's get to the last part here. I'm just giving you guys relationship.
So I have a question there, man.
Go ahead.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mic check, mic check. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I have a question.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
How can some why or how or when or where does it make sense for someone to claim to be not part of, but claim to be part of or fighting to be part of at the same time? I.e., Harvard, Princeton, Yale, West Point. These situations of qualified educational institutions under a branch of identity in a de facto state.
Mm-hmm.
Why someone want to be identified as not being part of, but it being part of at the same time? What's it? I mean, if I was sitting on a bench, bro, and someone come in front of me and tell me they're not a citizen, but they got voting rights and this and this and this, and they Indian and this is they establishment, they created this judicial court system. I be looking at them people, man. I be watching them out of my glasses, down the frame of my glasses.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
So
And
wrong.
I look over to my clerk and I say, "Hey, set me an appointment with the the mental ward
Yeah, something
ASAP.
wrong. Yeah, something wrong there. Yeah, something wrong.
Bailey, please take that individual into custody because
No
that
more.
individual is a threat not only to themselves but to the community as well. Because obviously they are out of their fucking mind.
Something wrong.
Something is wrong. The hell you coming up here talking about you can vote, you want to vote, and you want to still be outside of it? Make it make sense. How you gonna tell me I owe you something and yet you can't be worked up here not one day? You telling me you going off of some treaties and shit you don't even understand? That gave us all power of all Indian reservation, of all Indian reservation. Indian reservation is public property. That's what Indian reservation. All of this shit is Indian reservation, except where they put their buildings and their road. Now you telling me you want to come in and run their buildings and their road, but yet you still want to be an Indian? I don't know. I ain't catching it. We done told y'all motherfuckers you ain't part of this shit. We done told you we ain't gonna tax you because you ain't part of this shit. We don't want you part of this shit, but yet you keep fighting to get in this goddamn house. And then say you own it and this is your man. If you don't get the fuck up out of here, what's wrong?
What's wrong with you?
It's some cognitive dissonance in real time going on.
Yeah.
Real time.
That's the shit that be confusing me. Like, wait a minute. Which one is?
You want to use these names? Tom Henry. Um. What's that first name? Maxwell first name.
Who, Maxwell?
Yeah. I always want to say Vernon Maxwell. Whatever.
Right. Right.
And he, whatever her name is, something. uh, George Bush, Ronald Reagan, whatever the black guy name that was up there. Come on, man. You using all these names that we got embedded in our goddamn definition, terminologies, identity as a citizen, because this is what's bringing a revenue to the United States. There's entity, not you, not you. You could die at birth. We don't give a fuck. We still got this entity that's been created. Once they come down there and fill out that goddamn paperwork, it's over with. See what I say? So now, how you feel you that? I just want to know this the biggest question in my mind is why you saying you want to participate as a citizen under the United States, even recognizing the United States as your jurisdiction, that you have some rights in or some vote in or some type of privilege of amenities
Right.
is supposed to be granted to you by this company. You got to be affiliated with the company to receive any and all benefits. You got to be represented by the company. How you feel you want to do this and you're not part of that? Where you get off on that? You going in debt with these people that's in debt with the land. They in debt with the land. Man, them treaties, the people on them treaties are dead and gone. They turned over property. They turned over land. They turned over um, jurisdictional control. Why are you saying these treaties is affiliated with? Is not. Why would I want to claim something that somebody turned over and I said it's my shit too? It's not. That's not my shit. That's whoever signed them goddamn document. That Constitution is whoever signed that shit. That's who that shit stood for. Matter of fact, they did it in secret. So if they did it in secret, that definitely means whoever signed that shit, they only knew about it and it only applied to them that signed that shit in secret. So how we gotta come now 250 years later and say, oh, that shit applied to me too today?
Well, yeah, interesting. In secret. We the people in secret.
In secret, no. We the people. In private, armed guard, boarded up windows and doors, one way in, one way out. For over 2 months.
You got a point. You got a point. You got a
You want to
point.
go and affiliate yourself to that crap there and say it stands for something. Who it stand for? Shit, you can't go do the same thing. Shit, in secret, you can go create your own shit just like they did. What the fuck going on? I'd rather stand on mine than somebody talking about, oh yeah, by way of this treaty, that was signed in London, by way of this treaty that was signed in Britain, by way of this treaty that was representing the Yamasees that sold off this and this and this and gave us this and this. Man, the fuck is it? I'm not no Yamasee. I'm not none of them. I'm Nazi. So am I right what Nazi need to proceed and be a provision for his happiness in the pursuit thereof? Fuck everything else prior to that. Only thing I want prior to that is the death certificates to put under my trust of my people. That's all I want. I don't need nothing. I don't want no writings. I don't want no, just give me a death certificate and we Gucci. I'm gonna show you what to do with it.
None. What's going on, brother?
I'm good. Y'all hear me?
What's going on, Beast?
No, what's up now?
Nonetheless, can't hear
What's
you.
up? Can y'all hear me?
I can.
I can't. We drop.
Mic check. You hear me, Naughty?
Yeah, he just dropped. He'll be right back.
I ain't mean to mess it up, bro.
Nah, he good. That was a good land. Go ahead. Yo, you got it.
Okay.
Papa Draco, what's going on, brother?
What y'all going in on it, actually?
Oh, well, I don't know. What's the last thing you heard from Nutty?
Well, I just heard Naughty talking about the United States and niggas still trying to be a part of something that they putting themselves in an inferior position under something that's inferior to them. You hear me?
Hey, build off of it. That's pretty much where we are. And these people screaming about the Voter Rights Act, and come to find out that these people are talking about cases and things. I just made a connection. These people talking about cases, about things that they ain't supposed to be a part of, but they keep fighting for it. And like Nadi said, we don't want you over here. Get
right.
These motherfuckers keep doing that, and they want us to follow them into that slaughterhouse. That was a good play. That was a good play on words, huh?
Yeah.
Slaughterhouse case. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here.
We're doing it to ourselves. Doing it to ourselves. And I know I sound like a broken record, and I'm sorry, people, but it's like, I don't know. I got to feed them baby food because you can't chew the meat and spit the bone out.
I think that a lot of our people, right, don't. I mean, just let's say I ain't gonna say spiritually, but psychologically in our subconscious, right? We really never participated because we didn't really vote like that anyway. You know what I mean? They always try to get us to vote. But you notice how a lot of niggas don't really vote, bro? We weren't really into that shit. Subconsciously, a lot of our people wasn't into it. For real, for real. You know, I mean, but you do get these niggas that come out here and say vote. All they got is talking points, right? They don't explain anything. They don't explain to the people what's really going on. They never give you anything of substance. It's pretty much, huh?
The only time I seen niggas happy to vote is because it gives them a free day off of work.
Right.
That's the only time I seen niggas excited to vote when they found out they can leave work for that day to vote.
Yeah. We really didn't vote like that anyway.
Nah, hell nah.
So for them to come out with this shit, I think that is benefits them. I think I'm seeing more and more people recognizing it. Because it's giving a lot of power to these motherfucking these fucking representatives, the people that's supposed to represent us, bro. So I think that what I see is we trusted people that could not be trusted. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, these people, even online, I think everybody that called himself a leader has a great following is guilty until proven not an agent, bro. Right now, you gotta prove that you're not one now to me, bro. You feel me? Cause you gotta look at everybody like they selling you out now, man. If this time didn't teach nobody anything, bro, that should be the main lesson that I'm getting from all of this shit that's going on, bro. Our own people, we can't trust these motherfuckers, bro. They liars, and they getting rich off the lying and shit, bro. They stealing from us. Got us selling ourselves out, losing our rights, and not even explaining what the Constitution is, but say, "Oh, we can have the constitutional rights." What the fuck that mean? What Constitution you talking about? Because it's plenty of constitutions. It ain't just one. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even teach people what a constitution is. Corporation can have a constitution. McDonald's got a constitution. The fuck you talking about? Federal Reserve got a constitution.
Right.
You feel me? So first explain what constitution you talking about before you come to me talking about, oh, we getting constitutional right. We losing these rights. Because your rights, when you explain them to people, your rights is what you're born with. You give them away when you become a citizen, right? So, but you've been full faith and credit in the representatives to properly use those credits on the behalf of whatever community you involved with. But they don't do that. They're giving contracts to their friends, right? Man, look, you can get rich overnight if you have a politician that gives you a contract to do some work for the state or the city or federal. You get $1 million contract, $2 million contract. Do you know it? I don't know anybody in my family, but I know it's people that has gotten a government contract that got skyboxes and shit overnight, bro. You feel me? So what's up with that? But yet still you got children out here that don't have any activities for them. You know what I mean? Getting poor education. You know what I'm saying? And all this other shit. You know what I mean? Niggas getting locked up. What that guy say on that video? We went from 500,000 incarcerated in the 70s to 2004 to 1.2 million, all under Democratic oversight. And people still want to put these people as our leaders and then not even recognize that they're selling us out somewhere. You know what I mean? Bro, so when you look at the Constitution, right? I don't know if people understand what the United States Constitution what makes it different, right? And now you're right, they did it in secret. But you know what made it different? Because it did stand out from all the documents in the history. What made that particular agreement different is that it's okay. Most documents is what the government is going to do for the people, right? Okay, we got this government. We're going to do this for the people. We're going to do Rome. Going to do this for the people. You know what I mean? That's what they're going to do for the people. But the United States Constitution, what they did was the principle was they wrote down what the government cannot do to the people, right? And then dictate it, and then put clauses in to say what the people have a right to do, right? However, that changed with the 14th Amendment. It was no longer what the government can't do. It was about democracy and what the people who are manipulated, how we can manipulate the people to vote for policies that is contradictory to the founding principles of the original Constitution, which said that the government can't do this and can't do that. How in the world are these people getting on television talking about we should take away people's guns when it's written in stone? But nobody talks about that, right? They only talk about democracy. Oh, they still not democracy. Whoop-de-wop. Oh, now they saying shit. It's kind of interesting nowadays, though. If y'all ever listen to these politicians. They saying that during the civil rights, black people created democracy. We gave birth to the actual democracy, the one that everybody familiar with right now, because of civil rights.
No, that's not true.
Okay. Well, I think what the point was, because what's that girl AOC was saying this, right? Because the voting rights came from that, right? So the Voting Rights Act was birthed through the Civil Rights thing. So I was trying to figure out her point. And she was being hosted by this other white lady, Caucasian looking lady. But they were saying, yeah, they did. So I'm like, damn, what they talking about? I guess the Voting Rights Act, because you can vote, still block I guess they creating a block vote, right? Off of whatever district the black people are in. Only way that's 100% true is if they're using the registration from each voter, and then secretly saying, okay, these are our entities. If they are black and that means they're Democrat, they don't have to vote, but because they're in this district, we're going to use these 10,000 votes to say that they are voting on our behalf without you going to the polls at all. Almost like an in-realm type of situation. Because don't they do that each time? When they talk about we're not there, but we can still be held liable for entity even though we're not in person.
That's right.
I think they were doing that same thing with this voting rights shit, bro.
Yeah.
All the evidence is
Once
there.
you register to vote, it's over with.
Right, you automatically vote for that party, right?
You automatically for that part, correct. It's not that you're going in and voting for the individual. The individual, your vote don't even count for an individual.
That's what I was trying to point out to people that 98. I'm like, yo, so now they can't do that no more. People have to physically go in there and vote now. That's what the argument is about. And the Democrats don't want that shit. They want the automatic block vote. The amount of people that's in that gerrymandered area, automatically they get the vote. The 10,000 right there.
Okay, let's stay right there.
Okay, go ahead.
With both you and Nutty said, let's stay right there.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This the key words: block vote, right? You got block vote, individual. Nutty said that as soon as you vote, it's a wrap.
Register to vote.
Once you register to vote, it's a wrap.
Yeah, you turning that right over to whoever the official, the voting board, whatever. Yes, they own that vote now, and they can vote for you.
Okay, so is this the whole thing? What Trump been talking about votes being stolen, votes?
Yup.
They voting on the dead people voting and
exactly. Yup.
Babies just coming out the womb voting and all that. I mean.
Yes, sir.
I got a question though.
Go ahead.
It's obvious.
Okay.
That's what it
I
is.
just got one question.
Yeah.
Not to Nadi. Nadi, how you doing today? You good?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes,
How's
sir.
everyone doing?
What do we chop live up here? What's up, bro? Yeah, I'm
all
good.
good.
What's up, man? I'm just fucking with you.
So Nadi, my question is this: so the Constitution, where is the delegation of authority when all these people are dead, for them to do something, act on that today?
Oh, that's an easy question. Go ahead, Nadi.
Following the script.
Where do we just keep bringing it back alive by raising our hand and going? And I mean, because you asked the question, nonetheless, you asked the question, like, why they keep talking about the gun right or the Second Amendment? Because that Constitution ain't alive. It's dead. All those people are dead that signed it. You said it was a secret, so they can say whatever they want and keep challenging because it don't exist anymore. It's just they keep freestyling.
Right. And then on top
There ain't no
of that,
delegation of
the
authority.
people,
yeah,
the we the people that everyone is in mention of is strictly for white men.
Yeah, but all them are dead.
Status-wise.
I'm talking about the contract is dead. Those people are dead that signed it, that it pertained to. They ain't here.
I understand.
You like to say the Indians ain't here too, so all of them ain't here.
None of that shit is here. You got to stand
None of
on
that
your
shit is
own 10
alive.
toes. You got to create your own entity. Do your UCC 1, followed by your 3 and 5 and 9, just to be in correct operations, bro.
So it seems like they just getting in our minds, and whatever they can sway the masses through advertisement to act on, then they go and they just keep on doing business as usual, printing up dollars.
Yep.
Okay.
Getting people to register.
There's two ways to look at it, bro. All right. Corporations don't never die, right? Trust, however, has to be you have to renew trust every night. Trust lasts. This is how long a trust let you last. Remember we were talking about this now a while ago, 99 years, right? So that means that once the executives are no longer here, you now assign new board members to occupy those seats in order to take control of whatever entities or corporations are under that umbrella, right? So corporations don't die. I don't care how old the corporation is. You don't have to renew a corporation. It stays no matter what. I mean, you can bankrupt it, right? Like they've been doing. You can bankrupt it and then liquidate or make deals through whatever chapter 11 or 7, whatever, right? However, what the question is, that's true if it's dead, but we're not talking about people. We're talking about
the
entity.
Constitution that those people signed. That's what we're talking about.
But
that Constitution, is that a corporation or is that a trust?
That's what it's flipped. It's flipped. Yeah, it's a corporation, but look, we don't even know if those people that signed it were acting on behalf of a corporation when they signed it. Because was that a pen name? George Washington? Was he real?
Mm-hmm.
Was any of these people real? We don't know that. You feel me? We don't even know if they was acting on behalf of a family or corporate structure or corporate entity already. Who's they signing on behalf of? All we know right now is that they're in the form. In form, we still see them using elements of what's instructed in the Constitution, where they have Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 that still exists, and they're still abiding by their actions. So looking at it from the outside, like, yeah, they still operating through that document, and nothing else has replaced it yet. So that's all you can go by. And every single corporation operates in that same way. Every single corporation. I don't think it was one before the United States started that. Mm-hmm. I think they was teaching people how to that new system with the World's Fairs when they brought all those nations.
Yeah, it wasn't any prior to the United States. Only thing that was in representation at that time was confederacies.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kingdoms Kingdoms and confederacies. That's
You don't
it.
pay your fees on your incorporation fees. That corporation is revoked.
Right, but no, but look, it's revoked. Yes, you don't own it. Guess where
It
it goes?
ain't
It
in
goes back.
perpetuity.
Look, no, bro. Look, it goes. Yes, you don't own it. Guess where it goes back to the United States. You can buy a company right now that's bankrupt. That no longer. You can buy them. They don't go nowhere.
You can buy the name.
That's the corporation. And all that credit line.
It usually got assets attached to it, and those get, the incorporator probably still holds on to that. So if the incorporator is dead, how are you getting access to the assets off the name?
Because they corporations, they don't exist.
Just
Bro.
you renew it, just like they do with the treaty. The treaties only last 99 years. All these treaties y'all Indians claiming to be up under, that treaty over with.
Yeah, you
Treaty
gotta
don't last
reactivate.
past. You got to reactivate it. And who's there in place to reactivate it?
Right, and you gotta do it properly too. You can't just say, "Oh, no." You gotta have your whole people set up.
The United States.
Yep.
All right. So, just like you said earlier, though, None. McDonald's, Apple Bay.
Yep.
I mean, they all got constitutions, right? Policies, articles.
Yep. They got preambles, which is mission statements, all that stuff.
Laws. Yeah. So
minutes of operation, minutes of meetings.
Yep. Minutes. Yep.
Board meetings.
Yep.
So.
So that means that we are being deceived into thinking that a constitution of the United States is what we are abiding by. Matter of fact, these agencies, we're under them, like the DMV. The Department of Transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Department of Transportation runs what? All of the all of those in the states, right? Have what? The motor vehicle department of motor vehicles.
That's what that is. DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle.
Right, but the head of all them is what? The Department of Transportation, right?
DOT.
Right, the DOT is the head of all of them.
But they even fall up under some entity. DOT falls up under the Port Authority.
Right. Because the Port Authority actually is the underwriter for the judges.
Basically, everyone falls up under the Port Authority.
Yeah.
All entities basically falls up under the Port Authority.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Port Authority has tremendous amount of power. They probably equal to the Postmaster General.
Basically, yeah, right
But,
underneath.
who's the head sheriff for the federal government? Ain't that the head law enforcement? People say is the Secretary of State or it's part of the DOJ. No, what's the dude, the top dude they don't never talk about, but he's really the top law enforcer. The Pope, not the Pope, not what is it called? He's like the sheriff, but he's a federal. Sheriff is a state. What's the sheriff they call for the federal?
Talking about the marshal?
The provost marshal, that's it. The provost marshal. He's a top law enforcer.
All right, let me so we got that silence. Business brought this up here. We're gonna go ahead and play this first and then let her break it down.
All right.
Hello.
All right, there we go.
I remember this lady.
Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke. I am proud to represent the people of New York's 9th Congressional District. Today, I'm delighted to deliver this week's Congressional Black Caucus message to America. Earlier this week, our nation was rocked by yet another mass shooting. My thoughts and prayers go to the victims of the tragic mass shooting in Orlando, Florida. Our nation is in mourning, and as we struggle to come to grips with a litany of such tragedies that we continue to experience as a nation, we must all be courageous enough to encounter the hatred that has expressed itself once again in the early morning hours of Sunday, June 12th. The Congressional Black Caucus continues to work tirelessly to uphold its reputation as the conscience of the Congress. It is in this spirit that I say that we cannot and will not allow such tragedies to become commonplace in our country and remain passive in the face of the daily, weekly, and monthly slaughter of the innocent. The CBC was established to achieve and secure equality and recognition for persons of African descent, both here in America and around the globe. As a co-chair of the Congressional Caribbean Caucus, I am proud to deliver this message during National Caribbean American Heritage Month. National Caribbean American Heritage Month reflects the strong, enduring, and everlasting ties between the United States and the community of nations in the Caribbean. Trade programs such as the Caribbean Basin Initiative have resulted in strong economic ties between the United States and Caribbean nations amounting to billions of dollars each year in trade. As relations between the United States and Caribbean nations continue to flourish, we also celebrate the history and heritage of Caribbean Americans. Through the commemoration of this month, I hope to remind America that its greatness lies in its diversity. Caribbean immigrants from founding father Alexander Hamilton of St. Kitts and Nevis to Secretary Colin Powell with parentage from Jamaica, Attorney General.
Wait a minute. Did she say Alexander Hamilton was from St. Kitts and Nevis?
Yes.
Oh, okay, let's continue.
Eric Holder with parentage from Barbados, and my Caribbean immigrants from founding father Alexander Hamilton of St. Kitts and Nevis to Secretary Colin Powell with parentage from Jamaica, Attorney General Eric Holder with parentage from Barbados, and my predecessor, the Honorable Shirley Chisholm, with parentage from both Guyana and Barbados, have shaped the America we know and love. I have dedicated myself to continuing the legacy of Shirley Chisholm, who was the first African American woman and Caribbean American elected to Congress. A lifetime advocate of peace and equality, Shirley Chisholm and her Guyanese and Barbadian or Bajan heritage paved the way for many African American women who came after her. Our country is still built on the labor and expertise of our immigrants and their ongoing contribution to progress and innovation in our nation's social and economic advancement. Being of Jamaican heritage, I understand and respect the value and the opportunity that America has offered to those immigrants who have built our country. Generation after generation continue to make profound contributions in making our nation great. Throughout his tenure, President Obama and his administration have focused on promoting social and economic development opportunities, ensuring regional citizen security, strengthening effective democratic institutions, securing clean energy future, and combating climate change. America's policy of engagement with the Caribbean region is reflective of our values to promote democracy, economic progress, education, health, counter narcotic programs, and environmental protection and citizen security. The Caribbean region plays an important role in American foreign policy. With our focus and attention, we must work together to further education, health, counter narcotic programs, and environmental protection and citizen security. The Caribbean region plays an important role in American foreign policy. With our focus and attention, we must work together to further engage in this region for the betterment of our entire hemisphere. Thank you.
Okay, Aton. This is one of those women that are peace everybody on the panel.
Real quick. This is 9 years ago.
Right.
All right. I just wanted everybody to know this how long this wasn't done yesterday, day before, last week. This was done 9 years ago.
This is 9 years ago. And that was right. And this is one of the women right now who are telling us we need to go march because they taken our voting rights away. But as she just explained, she represents Caribbean people, Caribbean immigrants, and the Caribbean foreign relations. So when we're sitting up here and we trying to figure out these people, they want us to march. Y'all ain't did nothing for us. They were doing something for a specific group of people. And that's the reason why we couldn't see nothing. Like, you not doing nothing. Like, why? She made it plain 9 years ago who she was for. We never knew there was a Caribbean Black Caucus. If we all, and so this is the reason why I feel that Indian is such a push for us to drop that Indian, because that distinguishes us from being Black as a whole. Because as long as we're Black as a whole, people like her could come in here, play in our face, talking about we Black. Because right now she's not gonna tell you she a Caribbean. Right now she's gonna tell you she's Black. She's going to tell you that, oh, us Black people. And she just said she was Jamaican. But she's going to go right now. She's going to stand up there and she's going to say, oh, us Black people fought for our rights to vote. And, you know, play with our emotions, as y'all be seeing. You're getting emotional, okay? This lady trying to get us emotional along with all the others. And she went down a whole lineage of people who presented as Black people, but really, really weren't. They were Caribbean. Or just, they were just not of the people of the land.
Okay.
Anybody?
Well, is a. I think that it's not a push for people to drop that, because it's good to say you're Indian. But the thing about it is, see, with our people, they would think that's the end all be all. To when you're using certain terms, you have to define it. So once you define it, you can submit an affidavit and define it whatever you want to define it as, but it has to be individually done. It's not done as a nation. That's my point. I think that's what a lot of I ain't trying to speak for everybody, but that's our point. Is no nation that way you can say that you are whatever, and whatever, Black, Indian, whatever, African American is no nation that represents that. So you got to have the knowledge in order to submit your declaration or whatever you're going to put inside of the court to put them on notice on what it is, and your definition is what talks for whatever wording or language you're using to define what it is. Because the moment you let somebody else define it, it now becomes corrupt. It becomes a curse. It becomes something that they can use despite you, and to use you as their cash cow to support funding for their entities, because they already got this knowledge. So she's coming, you know what I mean? She coming over here using the funding that we don't necessarily know how to activate. So they come here, they fund, they send the money to their places because their dollar and their currency doesn't hold the same value as the US dollar. You know what I mean? It's very simple what they're doing.
Or could it be that because we are the indigenous people of the land, we're really not part of this corporation, as you guys say over and over and over and over again. But they want to put you under that jurisdiction, but they don't want you to actually run the jurisdiction. So they bring over people because this lady, none of us knew that she was a Jamaican, right? I think Colin Powell retired before we knew he was Jamaican. Am I correct? Sheila Jackson Lee, I think she was retiring before we knew she was Jamaican. So the people come over here, they don't have the accents and everything that, let you know. So when people coming over here, these people are putting these people in place to look like they're actors, to convince us to be part of the system, but to not really be part of the system, to put us under their feet. And so we have a lot of people who are cosplaying us that's in government right now, and we're trying to figure out, why we're not seeing any progress.
Well, a lot of those people have knowledge that we don't have as well. Because when I talk to people outside of, I'm like, damn, I'm thinking they don't know what I'm talking about. But most people, for some reason, understand how politics.
What could she have understood more than our best and our brightest? You know what I mean? You acting like we're all just sitting in a bunch of rocks, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be combative, but I'm just saying, like, what could this lady have known that it was just out of this world, or all of them? Because I think, did she go through, she said, what, a third of the congressional Black caucus, which ain't even that many in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Are Caribbean. And then you got people like Ilhan Omar and all them other dang people. So what could they know more than we know?
It's
all right, hold on.
I can. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Hold on real quick. A third of what?
I could have heard wrong, but I thought she said a third of the congressional Black caucus are Caribbean people, and that's why they're so important.
Now
here's my thing. Based on my research and my knowing of history, yeah. Now the third of the Black, you're talking about the third of the Black caucus.
The Black caucus.
It might be more than that. Yeah, the Black caucus. Yeah.
Because this was 9 years ago. Remember.
It might be more of that. This is what I've always been saying, and Nadi's not in this. Nadi's not an elected official at all.
No.
We're talking about people that are in an elected official position cosplaying, as you say, as African-American Black people, right?
Right.
We're talking about that group, right? Because we know Nadi does not associate himself with that.
I didn't say his name. I was just talking about this lady.
I just want to make sure we got him out of the
Hold on, though. Did you not hear that parentage is this the origin? So the people that's elected or as moving as elected Black caucus themselves are elementary or educational, born, raised here on the mainland. So the same education you learned, they learned. The same atrocities you learned in school, they learned in school. There's no difference on them from you right now, besides your parentage.
No. You didn't hear what I said. Wait a minute.
Parentage.
Wait a minute. Wait, time out.
But wait a minute.
I said elected officials. That's what I said.
Listen to what I'm trying to say, though.
I know what you're trying to say.
Opportunity.
I want to keep you
Let me
out
get
of
it out. You can't
understand
me if
No. I'm not trying to understand you right now. I brought you up to keep you out of it. Stay out of it, man. Just stay out.
No. It's not making sense, though, bro. Stay out of ignorance. Just let ignorance just keep going.
There ain't no ignorance here.
It is ignorance because
whoa.
you guys are using
it for talking about.
You guys
I said I wasn't even talking about you.
Here we go again.
You guys are not using the synopsis of what we heard.
You're letting their emotions get the
Lord
best of
have
you
mercy.
now.
It ain't
You're
got
letting your
nothing to do
emotions
with
get the best
emotions,
of
bro.
you. I'm
It's
talking about
cognitive
elected officials.
understanding, bro.
That's it. I'm talking about
Cognitive
elected
acceptance. That's what it's.
officials. I'm talking about elected officials here.
I'm talking
I'm
about
talking about
elected
elected
officials
officials.
too. I ain't talking about
Okay,
elected
but
officials
okay, so
too.
let me get it off because I okay, next time I ain't gonna even mention your name because you jumped in there and I want you to stay out of it because I want to make a point here. Elected officials, the information that she provided, saying that she admitted that Alexander Hamilton was a Caribbean.
Parentage.
At this time they're telling us, man, let me finish.
Yeah.
Elected official knows. So that means all the other elected officials in the Black Caucus know that Alexander Hamilton was melanated. But the whole time they're allowing a white boy to be represented as Alexander Hamilton. Now, on top of that, they know where they come from. They know where their lineage comes from. Their parentage lineage comes from. It comes from the Caribbean, but not from Africa. And then she's coming back and talking about African American. Man, come on, man, knock it off. Everybody thought Shirley Chisholm was a sister. Come on, man. That's some bullshit. And you want to make some sense out of it? By all means, go ahead.
Okay. But bro, let me finish up what I was talking about, bro. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, look. What I was saying, what I was stating is this: when you talk to people that's other different countries, right? They still on the shit that we used to be on. See, we got away from it. Now I don't know everybody, you know what I mean, but I do know this. I'm old enough to know or remember when we knew where our Congress people lived at. We could go to their house. We knew where our representatives. They lived in the same neighborhoods we lived in, right? I remember my grandmother took me to Congressman what's his name? Clarence Thomas. Was it not Clarence? Damn, why I'm saying Clarence Thomas? His son now has a show on the radio in Baltimore. That's all I remember. I think it's Mitchell. One of them. But I remember I was a little boy. I remember the house. It was like a fancy house, but it was one of them townhouse row houses and stuff. What they call in New York those we got those in Baltimore those red, what they call them brownstones, right? Now our people used to be very familiar with how political ran, and we held them accountable. You see what I'm saying? So if you're looking at people that are coming from other countries, right? The reason why they represent them because they are being held accountable. They're like, oh, you from Korea? You from where? Oh, we live in this neighborhood. You better do X, Y, and Z for us. You see what I'm saying? But we're assuming because the color of their skin that all of a sudden they're gonna represent us. You know what I mean? And we done fell out of touch with these people are no longer living out in our neighborhoods anymore. We don't know. I guarantee you, we don't know where they live at now. We don't even know how to locate them. They got security and everything. We don't know if these people even live in the zip codes or the districts that they're representing now.
But check this out, man.
Go ahead, bro.
Check this out, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
What she just said, that's a game changer. Do you understand that? That's a game changer for all of us.
Right.
For all of us newbies here, because we think we know everything and we don't. I've been saying this all this time that these people that have been over here are, especially in American colonization society and Pan-Africanism, and all these people that was operating within the Pan-Africanist movement and the white supremacist movement was from the Caribbean. They from the Caribbean or they from South America. They are from there.
Right.
But that don't mean that all of the Caribbeans and South Americans are with all that. But what I'm saying, that is a game changer. That came out of her mouth. That changed the game. I mean, Are they going to start changing the complexion of Alexander Hamilton? I'm talking about Alexander Hamilton. And all these people, just like we up to Ilhan Omar, that has been sitting here hiding behind us to get elected to do something not for the benefit of us. This is what this is my whole point. What these people doing. That's all I'm talking about.
right,
That is
let me
a game
get
changer.
in.
That's a game changer. And look,
Okay.
ain't
Hold up.
nobody been
What you
talking
mean?
about it though.
Game
Just
changer how? You mean
let
because
me
he
get
said
in right quick,
Alexander
bro.
Hamilton? I'm
Mic
trying to figure
check,
out what he's
mic
saying.
check.
Game check. Yeah, go ahead, Nadi. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. A game changer, but go ahead.
That's a game changer. Everybody know Alexander Hamilton to be a white boy, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, that's a game changer.
Look up where's the United States location, bro.
Nope. Tell me.
I
I
think that's
mean,
mine. That's mine. I was going to tell you to drop it right there. You gonna put it right there? All right.
you
That's
said
my fault. Go
no.
ahead.
Tell me.
Tell you what,
Tell me
look it
where
up. I'm telling you to look it up so we can identify these territories that's not on the mainland that
what
everybody
is
want to represent and say is they shit.
Look at tough.
look.
The fuck is
Hey,
going on?
educate the
Why?
people.
Hold
This
up.
is
Let me
not
finish, bro. Let me
educate the
finish.
people, man.
Damn,
Just
let me
say it.
finish. So why is it your business and why are you giving a fuck about some foreigners being involved into our international foreign identity of a
I'm not worried
corporation?
about that.
It seems
This
like that's the fucking problem.
this lady
Right?
right now is telling my mama and them that she needs to go vote or she needs to go march so this lady could keep her job. And this lady just said out her mouth that her job is for a specific group of people. And then,
Let me
like nonetheless said, of course her job is
let
for a
me let,
specific group of
let-
people. And so what I'm saying is, where
yeah.
is our representatives for our specific
I'm
group
gonna
of people?
say it
Because we're
again
being
that people
told
not
that we
catching
ain't
on
got no
to
rights. Like you said,
American
it's a white man's
business.
corporation, right?
Get out
So
your feelings,
I'm not in my
please.
feelings. I'm
Yes,
I'm
you
I'm
are.
speaking
You are.
truth.
Stop.
I'm speaking truth. I am speaking
Stop.
truth.
So you
I'm
gonna keep
speaking truth.
talking?
This lady is
Oh
going
my
out
God,
there,
this is
and
Philly
her
talk.
friends, this lady and her friends are going out there telling my mama and
I
them
heard you the
that
first time.
they need to go march.
Allow me to
They need
respond.
to be mad. They need to get their blood pressure all riled up because this woman is losing her position. But when this lady had
What?
a position, it is for other people, other groups of people that's not my mama and them. And nonetheless said, well, of course,
Oh
that's
my.
what her job was supposed to do. And I'm saying
Are we
is
gonna be able
so
to have a discussion? Can I say
I'm not, but
anything?
I'm trying to keep it into context because
I'm trying to say what I
okay.
need to say so people can
But you're talking about
understand.
who owns
And
the
you don't go.
corporation and all this other kind of
Allow
stuff.
me to finish,
My
please,
mama,
ma'am.
did she okay.
Go ahead,
Come out
Nate.
of the
Let him
emotions.
go ahead.
These
Let him go
emotions.
ahead. We got
These
it. Go ahead.
emotions is
Marcus,
fucking
Yeah,
every.
I'm not AI. Sorry. I'm a woman, so of course
Damn,
I work
bro. Can
within
I
my
say
soul.
something to give
Okay.
you some sort of thought power so you
yeah,
won't
go
be in
ahead.
your emotions?
Yeah,
This
go ahead.
woman who came up and said parentage, these people that's in the government and coming in the government, parentage is from somewhere else, and they basically 14th Amendment citizens. That's what the United States is created for. International foreign individuals. Whether you're a citizen, you're still an international foreign individual. You're not identified as in born on this land or a landmass or anything like that. It's corporation politics. Why are you getting your heartstrings and saying, well, my grandmother got to go do this or my mama got to do? No, your mom don't if they're not participating and representing themselves as
No, actually
international
she's not,
foreign.
but I'm just
Ma'am,
telling you
hold up,
that this
ma'am. Cheese and
okay,
bread.
okay.
Come on now. Your grandparents don't have to worry about none of that shit if they don't involve themselves as a U.S. citizen in that cup of tea, representing themselves as foreign individuals being identified as having privilege on the land. Your people and you are going to say, I want to be a U.S. citizen and I want to be part and seemed and deemed as this. They're all foreign. Everyone that's affiliated with the United States is foreign to the land. Understand this. So if you want to feel like you got to go, let's get out your feelings and see the politics. Separate the two.
Actually, I think you had an issue when I said that my ancestors identified as being the American Indian, the indigenous person of this land. You had an issue with that. And the reason why I brought this up was saying the reason why they don't want us to be called Indians or remember that you're Indian, because, of course that's not absolutely accurate. But the reason why we're not supposed to remember that we're those people is because we're supposed to be scrubbed clean and called Black or African American. So this lady could come and play in our face and say we're all the same. And so please go get out your house, go vote for me or support me or go to my chicken dinner and send your money to me so I can represent y'all. And she's not there to represent. That is called lying. That's called fraud. You can't get in people's face and act like you're those people and you're here to represent all Black, especially if you're the Black caucus, when really you're only there to represent a certain type of Black person.
I think it's bigger than that. I think it's bigger than that. It's
crazy, bro.
That video kind of messed me up right there.
Politics. It is
Yeah, I think
you have nothing to do with it.
I think it's bigger than that.
You want to be identified as an Indian under United States representation.
Let me do this. We know that Puerto Rico, we know that there's a secretary we know there's a treasury. The main treasury is in Puerto Rico. We know that. That's what we do know.
Shit is crazy.
Right? Under the circumstances, we know all these different things, right? Right, but
the charter for the United States is foreign.
How can it be foreign? How can it be foreign? You don't need a passport to get there. You don't need a passport to get to Puerto Rico.
Bro, the charter for the United States is foreign. You did listen. Prior to your union or the United States Union, even after the union, you had to have a passport to go to each different colony. That's why passports was created, for people to transverse in the United States.
All right, cool.
Come on, bro.
So, yeah, we get that part. But see, what I'm trying to do is create I'm trying to create a balance of what people know and what they don't know. Right? We know that you don't need a passport to get to Puerto Rico. You know why? Because Puerto Rico is incorporated within the United States. We know that. We know that there's a treasury in Puerto Rico. And contrary to what people might believe, the actual treasury is not in Washington, D.C. It's in Puerto Rico. Okay, nevertheless, under the circumstances, right? What I'm saying is like the game changer. What I'm saying the game changer is what she just said. I want to stick to that. I know we were talking about parentage and all that type of stuff, but I mean, if you're talking about the Caribbean, them places are hop, skip, and a jump. You could take a boat and get over here to North America, back to the islands. And we know that there was actually plantations, or we will call colonies, set up for business in the islands. And there have been relationships. And there's information that George Washington probably was from Barbados as well. Big whoop-de-doo to me. But what I'm saying is the information that she just said is contrary to popular knowing or education that Alexander Hamilton is a white boy, unless you say in the whole Caribbean was white folks. Now, Nadi, being from the Caribbean, what we consider to be the Caribbean, is that true? Is that true, my brother? Is the Caribbeans, the origins of the Caribbean people, are they pale skin, my brother? I would like to know that. That's a yes or no question, please.
No.
Thank you. That's it. Look, I'm with you. That's why I told you to stay out of it. I was trying to get there, but you just wanted to go into the parenting. You got triggered a little. You thought I was going to be. I ain't like that. I ain't worried about none of that. I don't trust what nobody say about this information. I gives a damn. And I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't. But I don't like people lying to me in my face and insulting my intelligence, that triggers me. That will trigger me. But what I'm saying is, wait a minute. I heard all the extra theatrics, and I heard, wait a minute, from Alexander Hamilton to what? And then she's saying all these people talking this black stuff and black stuff ain't from the hood. Just like old boy that started Black Power and all that stuff with Martin Luther King. He's from the Caribbean. Marcus Mosiah Garvey from the Caribbean. Ivan Van Sertima from the Caribbean. Joseph Ben Yakinen, he say he from over there.
But people like Marcus Garvey.
But these people, right? But these people, and I'm gonna tell you, from most of the people that I know, these people are not originally first generation American citizens, if they citizens at all. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. When at the same time, they are able to be amongst us because we're not tripping. We ain't never tripped. I know so many brothers and sisters that not from America, what I consider to be black men that hung out, kick it, did things, get shit going on, build, make money, do all kind of different type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to an ideology thing and a philosophical thing, yeah, we got differences. And they will tell you, most of them will tell you, yeah, we don't want you marrying our sister. But they want to marry
on the mic for a second. Can I say something?
Go ahead. Hold on. Let us just complete her thought, and then you go ahead. Because I had to make sure I made myself clear.
Okay. This is not to diss anybody, but then people shouldn't be really sensitive, because if people could talk about our history, then we should be able to talk about theirs. So, it should be an even playing field. So that's one point. The second thing is that Marcus Garvey and Ivan Van Sertima, you kind of knew where they're from. I mean, I don't even know about Marcus Garvey. I think they knew, but he was leading people. But the point about this lady and Shirley Chisholm and all these Colin Powells and stuff is that they are under the guise of the Black America. That is what is more, I think, than somebody that we know is just from the Caribbean. These people are under the guise of their kinfolk. And which would be okay. But this lady just said that her target is her peoples, not hers and our people's, because our people's probably got her the job, right? That's not, no. Her target is her people's. So that is where I find that's where my grievance is. Yeah, okay, you could go on. I'm saying.
All United States is our people. What is you not catching?
That's not what she said. No.
Yeah, hold on. Time out. Y'all ain't about to do that again. Go ahead, J-Dub. Go ahead, J.
Okay. Nadi, I'm gonna give you. I agree with what you're saying, that it doesn't have anything to do with this, but it does, because in a way I agree with what the business is saying as well. I mean, Air American business is saying as well, because they're obscuring things. And I have a friend of mine, he's from Trinidad, but his father, rest his soul, he passed away early. His father, we traced his family heritage, and it became American. And we found out that his great-grandfather was on the mainland here in America. And he decided to fight with the British because they offered him some land in Trinidad. So because they lost, supposedly, his family branched out from.
Yo, Hey, he absolutely right. I know exactly who he talking about. He absolutely right.
We can't hear him though. He
I know. Let me
Okay.
finish the conversation because I know exactly who he talking about. He out in New York. That was interesting. So we understand the whole process. This is what I'm saying. This is where we got to have a cool adult conversation about this. Get your feelings out the way. Let's get to the program. Like, you got to know that you own levels right here with people that know what they talking about because they do it every day. And know people that know people that know people that know people. So let's not talk down on each other. Let's build. Let's get it. It has nothing to do with us. We ain't got, we 70, 60 babies. You know, we don't know, man, come on. It had nothing to do with us. We trying to figure it out, correct the information, but we still got people. And if you're not going to know what I'm standing on, we got people like that. And like all these other people that I've been busting on these last months up here lying that want to send us out to slaughter. I told you, Rex 73, Rex 84. Well, you think that still ain't in play? That's in play. Willie Lynch, that ain't in play? That's in play. Don't run away from that. Because trust and believe, if I know anybody, if I get a sense of anybody on that, you're out of here. That's what time I'm on. So let's get it. Go ahead, Nani.
Bro, I'm tired of repeating myself. If you keep wanting to play with the devil, dance with the devil, you're gonna get burned. I don't know what part of that people keep affiliating and attaching themselves to this U.S. bullshit and making all the mistakes. It's just, hey, if you like it, I love it. Keep it up. I'm tired of even trying to correct people into the right thought process, bro. They're gonna be who they want to be.
Did you hear anything that I said in my back?
No. We right when you got to talking about the British, and then he do that, boom, you was out of here.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
he got land in Trinidad to fight with the British. You got land in Trinidad.
Yeah. So he fought for the British. So, but his great grandfather's lineage is from here, South Carolina. So it seems like they've been playing this obscuring our heritage, the Aboriginals' heritage game for a minute now to continue to have us fighting each other. And now
check this out. Now let me update you because a lot of the places where I'll be, J-Dub, some people from South Carolina, people be talking about this stuff, but they refuse to talk about their family history. See, but they don't know that I know who you talking about, and they don't know what I know. But they want to sit there and they want to act like they want to hide it in secret. That's why I say, if you want to hide this shit in secret, you're a traitor. That's what I say. Because that brother had no problem. He had no problem telling me. We was on the phone. He had no problem telling me that. I was like, wait a minute, wait, yeah, my people. Yeah, I'm from Trinidad, but my people from here. I said, oh, how about that? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just.
But see, there's a lot of people that want to hide, man. Why y'all hiding?
Because it's what you're saying as far as the traitor part. It's from a long time ago too, and they're continuing it, and that's what you see with Alexander Hamilton. Perhaps he was a part of some of that too. So, but then they're taking it to the next level and they're erasing the Aboriginal lineage completely from the history. So it's all really skullduggery because it's having us fight each other instead of focus on the Aboriginal aspect of being indigenous to the land.
Right.
Yeah, Aton. You made a good point though, Aton, about that.
Right.
Because it's a lot of people. Damn, that's actually a great point you poured out, bro, about the fact that it is people from the islands and even in Europe and Africa that are from here but are hiding it.
But they
because they were offered land.
but they want to insult our intelligence, man.
Right.
I take that shit personal.
Well,
Bro,
it's
just
not just
like
that.
you don't know the truth, they don't know the truth unless they read upon
Right.
it. And that's only a few from many, bro. As I come around in this whole atmosphere of this indigenous or aboriginal thing, way prior to the majority of the people that's around here now, right? We come from a long list of studying, reading, so we can know shit for a fact and not
Right.
just be on a heartstring because we feel like we Indians. I can't see someone this excluding me when the Caribs are identified without a doubt as West Indians, still carrying the name Indian to this day,
But
still
that's
in
okay, right?
representation of Indian to
That's
this.
that's
Let
fine,
me let
right?
me finish talking.
There's no
God
argument
damn,
there.
bro,
Am
this
I
shit is crazy.
correct?
This
I'm
shit
just
is
saying
crazy.
that we
Can
can
I
acknowledge
can
that the
I finish,
Caribbeans have
ma'am?
their form of
Because you can't
Indianism,
understand nothing if
but
I can't
we can't.
finish.
But we don't have
God
ours.
damn, this girl ain't got some problem. You got a problem. You really got a problem.
Yeah, I
I'm
ride
trying
for
to
my
get you to wrap
ancestors.
your head
Can't
around
nobody come over here and
politics,
tell me they
and you
don't
keep jumping
exist.
to heartstring. You keep
Okay, yeah.
jumping to your
Don't tell me they
heartstring.
don't exist. You're gonna stand up for your family. You have a heart for
No,
your
woman,
family.
stop talking and let me finish
You really
so you can
insulted about this
understand
lady
what
who
the
had
fuck I'm
nothing to do with
saying.
you.
What
You're
the
really
hell is
insulted
going on,
because of
bro?
your
What's
feelings, right?
wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You just got a pickle up your ass for carrot people? What's wrong with you? I can't even
Hey,
say what I want to say and disclose my conversation without you
let,
interrupting me. What the fuck
let,
is
let,
going
it,
on?
let him get it off, Ish. Let him get it off.
Damn, I
Come on,
know
let him
Tyreek got
get
you up
it
under
off.
his armpit, but damn, let him go. He ain't over here fighting, telling you no goddamn truth. He giving
This
you
ain't
a
about Tariq.
heartstring shit.
You,
I'm telling you,
you,
I know
you
your
are hell
position.
bent to
I
tell
know your
me
position.
that we
I
are not
recognize your
Indians,
position
and then
from
in
day
the
one, little
same
lady.
mouth, you're gonna
Little
say
lady,
that the
little lady,
Caribbeans have their form of an
little
Indian.
lady. I know your position from day
I
one,
mean
oh
that
VA
the
woman.
audacity.
I do have the audacity. You're right, because I've been see you. I've
Yeah,
been
that's
see you.
crazy.
And
All
you
right,
keep coming with the bullshit at me. And
all
I'm
right.
trying to ignore it and
Someone's
ignore it and
Hey,
mentally
ignore it.
off.
And you keep trying to pinch the
personal
bed. Just
attacks.
keep
Is
pushing
this?
the bed.
Is this? No personal attacks. This is not
What
necessary.
the fuck is going on, bro?
It's not
You think I
necessary.
can't read?
He ain't called
Calling
you
me
out your name.
emotional,
He
calling
ain't
me
talk,
emotional.
he
It's
ain't
No,
called
fine.
you
you
out
believe
your
I
Thanks
name.
for
can't
coming attacking
read
me.
what you're doing, the draw
I said
emotion?
that this
Hey,
lady.
You're the
Okay.
emotional
come on.
person this
Come
whole
on.
time I'm
Hey,
telling you
Natty,
about
Natty, Natty.
politics.
Stick,
And you're
stick to the
coming with
topic.
this emotional shit.
Natty, stick to the topic. Come on.
I can't, bro. I can't. Every time I
I
open
just
my
asked,
mouth, the girl keep running
I
her
just
fucking
asked her
mouth.
to be cool, let you finish, brother. Let's go. Come on now. Hold on, Rod. Rod, don't add to the chaos. Come on, man. All right, so
As I
look.
was fucking saying,
Natty, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the
You ain't,
Carib
you ain't,
still
you ain't
carrying the name.
got to curse. You ain't got to curse. Come on.
This
Intellect.
Carib still carrying the name West Indian to this day that has been affiliated or abridged to them by a colony of corporation. And it's still sticking to them in a deficient, in a deficient way, not in a positive way. West Indian is not in a positive attribute. It's in a defecating attribute. And if I'm telling you, this is a name that somebody put on us, and we still fucking holding this shit like it's something to be proud of today, and I go and look in their legislations, and I look under their laws, and I see it's not a good thing, right? You gonna tell me I'm wrong that I don't want to claim something that somebody else putting on my head? Come on, man. It's crazy.
Business.
I'm too well
Go ahead,
educated
is this?
to know the difference
Uninterrupted.
between what that word means,
All
whether
right,
you
is
like it or not.
all right, business. Uninterrupted. Intellect. Go ahead.
The only thing that I was just saying is he was making a point that the West Indian is still a Carib Indian. And so, but you're telling us we're not who we are. And what I find really peculiar is that you can discuss our heritage and who we are as a people, and then in the same sentence say "fuck my mama" and what they telling her, right? Ain't that what you just said? And then you're going to sit up here and you could talk about what our heritage is, but we can't talk about the Caribbean lady that's saying that she's only there for Caribbean people. That's what I'm saying.
Need to study.
And I'm saying that you can't get North America and South America affairs mixed up. Like you up here, like we got issues that we're blood tied to, and then you come up here and express that the treaties don't matter, nothing matters. All that matter that we've been colonized by some people that perpetuate fraud on us, and I believe you helping them do that by trying to tell us who we are. It's really disrespectful.
I didn't try to tell you who you are. What the hell is you talking about? You making shit up just to be an ass. You making shit up.
No, really, he's not. I mean, that's my
Really,
point of
he
thinking.
is. I keep.
That
Oh
is
my
my
God,
issue. You
bro!
say what the gun
You
is
keep
up my
saying
ass.
you're a
Remember you said
citizen.
I
what
see
gun do I have
saying,
up
and
my
that's what
ass?
I'm saying, bro. What are you
You keep
talking?
saying you're a citizen. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. Make up your mind.
We're
You keep
blood
saying you're an
tied. We
Indian,
don't have
that
to
you're not
be.
part of the shit. Then you turn
They
around and say, oh, they
misclassified
trying to
us. No
fool us
matter what
because
they
they're running our
classify us.
shit.
All we gotta go up there and
Nigga, you
stand
sound
on who
retarded,
we really
dude.
are.
You're saying you're a fucking citizen. You're saying you're part of that fucking community. You're saying you're worried about what the fuck is going on in that house.
Bro, they just ended that 14th Amendment stuff. They got the argument now. What are you talking about, bro? Right?
You again,
Argument now.
if you
So this
agreeing with
stuff,
anything
all
about
this stuff
United
you talking
States,
about is
what
irrelevant, bro,
stay on
because
subject,
that's what they
Levay.
removing,
Stay on
all that
subject.
hocus pocus shit. And then you come up here talking about we need to be back
What they
under the hocus
removing?
pocus stuff.
What they removing? What are
The
they removing?
birthright argument.
So where
They
you
just
affiliate?
took the
Where are you affiliated with the
the
U.S. if
14th
they remove
Amendment
that?
is up to be abolished.
If they remove that, where is your place in the United States now?
Bro, don't worry about that, brother.
What the fuck is going on, man?
I'm
Be on
a
some
true
bullshit.
American.
Y'all niggas, I'm done
I'm
talking
a
to
true
y'all niggas.
American and you're
Y'all
not.
some
So
dummies, bro.
don't worry about
I'm
it, bro.
out,
Go handle
man.
that Jamaican shit down there. Y'all need to be sending up some fruits and vegetables to these food deserts. You
All right,
worried
hold
about
on.
your own
Time
shit.
out. Time out. This ain't Attack 90 Day over here. We ain't doing that. Wrong channel.
No, Dowdy always attacking her,
I
and
don't
then
care nothing
somebody
about
always
that,
try
Rod.
to
I don't care nothing
stand
about
on some
that, Rod.
business. He
I don't
always
care nothing
try to
about that. I don't care
misclassify
nothing.
us.
We don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about that. That man
I
is from
care.
where he's from.
Well,
He's
you know
speaking
what?
from
I
his
I know.
experience and
care.
what he
And
knows.
I care. You know what? Guess what? And I'm standing on my land. And for somebody to get on a boat and come all the way over here and get in my face or wherever he's at, we don't know where he is, but to get in my face and tell me that we're not who we are. And then when I try to bring up some lady that just could probably ain't even from the same island that he's from, he gets all offended. Are you serious? So you could come up here and you could talk about me and my family and all
That's
y'all's
what I'm talking
family,
about.
and then you guys are just gonna get to your knees and say, "Oh, it's okay," because we don't
No,
want to
no,
offend
no, no,
him.
You see,
no.
that's what you basically
He
doing,
got
bro.
triggered. He got triggered with me when I said what I say. But you know what? I didn't get triggered back. I sure didn't. I said what I said. I ain't moved away from that. I said what I said. He ain't said nothing about me and my family. He ain't said nothing to me and my
Yeah,
family.
he's. You know what?
He damn sure
What
didn't.
is my point?
I
What
would
is
have
my
known if he
point?
said something
Well,
about me and
okay.
my
Well, then
family.
if you're a foreigner, okay, I'm glad that you have told us that. But my point is that the people who are known as the American Indian
Business.
was us. Okay, he's saying no, it
Calm
ain't.
down.
And
Business.
the one issue that he
Business.
has is
Calm
that
down.
Indian thing. Because
Business.
you know why? No, I just want to
Business.
clarify myself why this is so
No, you're
important to me.
not being clear right now. You out here swinging. And you saying that I know where I come from and all, what you talking about?
Well, you saying that he ain't talking about your family. Yes, the hell he is when he said an
okay,
Indian
let me
don't
tell you
exist.
something. What you're not listening to is the fact that what Nadia is saying is that these terminologies
Well,
that
we know
these people
that.
are
I mean,
actually
isn't that like
utilizing.
elementary? I mean, I think we all know that. We done sat up here for like, forever talking about we're not black, we're not the black people. So we all
Listen,
know that the terminologies ain't accurate.
listen. You should
I mean,
know this by
so the
now.
reason why I'm
You should know
irritated
this
because
by
you
now.
What
telling
is
me
Huh?
something that
accurate
we already
terminology?
know.
Because he's
Hold
not
on,
giving
man.
us the
I'm
accurate
out. I don't
terminology.
want to have to mute nobody. Mute yourself. I don't want to mute nobody. Do not interrupt me when I'm talking. Please listen to me, isn't it? And listen closely. These terms and these bywords people using is going off of what? Going off of something that we assume to be true. We don't know for a fact because we was not there. What I do know is I do claim Indian, American Indian, and can't nobody tell me no different. Why? Because I know where I come from. I know where it is. I know where I attach myself to. I know the political, governmental, law, jargon. Treaties, yeah, I operate through the treaties. Yeah, I utilize those to my advantage. Other people say no. I say yeah. I utilize black to my advantage. And any other suspect classification that people might think about. But what I want to do is I want to hear people's thoughts and where they come from. Because he's coming from where he's coming from. I'm not from there. You see what I'm saying? And he is not attacking me, and I do not feel attacked by him about what he's saying based on what he wants to say, what he want to say. Beat him up with the knowledge and intellect. Stop getting emotional. It's not going to solve anything.
I'm not emotional.
Shit.
Bro,
Hey, yo, can I say this real quick?
I just tell it like it is, and I'm sorry that you guys get really, really offended.
No, it ain't
and
like that.
And your feelings is
When you
hurt
don't let
because
somebody talk,
his
when you don't let
heritage,
somebody talk, and you don't let somebody finish their
he feels his
sentence,
heritage is
that is
attacked.
We
emotion.
say it every time. This nigga,
If
every
you
time
don't
we
let
stand
somebody, I
on our
don't
point
care.
of view, this
If you
will
can't beat him up with
override
the
what we
intelligence,
saying.
if you
Back to what
can't
he
beat him
said.
up or match him wit for wit on his intelligence, don't say nothing. Because you
What
gotta
did
match
I did
him
not?
wit for
What
wit.
did he
You
not understand,
can't
or
say
you did not understand?
what let me ask you this question, Rod. What power does Nadi have over you and your family?
Zero.
Thank you. So let him talk. Because that's all he's doing is talking.
Big bro, can I just add this real quick, right?
Distract me,
Hold
derail,
on, bro.
or misguiding the trails. Like we try and go one direction, he going another.
Bro,
It
let me
don't
add
matter.
this.
Is he stopped?
Hold
That's
on,
why
yo.
you just
Mic
said
check.
he has zero. You said he
Because he
has
been in the
zero, right?
community 15 years.
You said he
Ain't
has zero.
nobody, everybody still asking the same questions they asked 15 years ago.
Rod,
Same questions.
Rod, you just said he has zero, right? Rod, you just said he has zero effect. But then you're talking about he's doing this and doing that. That means he has more than zero effect. He has an effect on you.
No,
He's
I'm
getting
trying
you
to apply the right effect instead of the wrong effect. He's applying the wrong effect. I'm telling you to apply it in a beneficial way. Him trying to tell us our legal terminology of what's going on here, he's missing the mark.
Yo, hold up, bro. Let me say this. Hey, can y'all hear me? Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
hold up, can y'all?
What's up? Hold on, none. What's up, Jay?
All right, go ahead.
Aton, can you see the screen? The backstage screen?
Yeah, I got it. I see it right now.
Can you pull that up? I just want to share something. This is my family.
Hold up, bro.
Who's this right here? Who's this screenshot right here?
This is my family.
Okay, got you.
I don't like doing this, but I just want to share it. I think it'll help. So that middle lady there, that's my great aunt who passed away about at 96. And I talked to her 1 week. That's just 3 generations. That's her daughter on the right and her granddaughter on the right. But my grandmother and the lady in the middle share a grandmother. So this lady in the middle, I asked her, I was on the phone with the youngest one that you see there on the, I guess it would be our left. And I asked her, I said, has anyone in the family ever said anything about Indian heritage to you? And before she can answer, I didn't know I was on speaker. My great aunt said Cree. She yelled it out, but she's a part of that generation. And I said, did you mean Creek? Just to be a little more descriptive. She said, no, Cree. And I saw on the phone, I said, did you say Cree? She said, no, boy, I said Cree. So to make a long story short, them two ladies, her two children never heard that. Ever. Right. From out of her mouth. And what I'm trying to say to everyone is that this is the confusion that they have caused. That middle lady in the middle there was put out there to not, what do they call it? The silent generation. They didn't want us talking about our American Indian heritage. And I just wanted you to see that that's why this is important for us not to be attacking each other, so we can get to the bottom of this. That huh?
And that's the key thing right there. And then nonetheless, come on in. But that's the key thing.
So that's all. I don't want that to be
confused. That's why we can't get mad. We can't get out of our body when somebody is bringing their angle of what they see this history and what this is to be today. That's his. How you gonna let somebody tell you about you? And why would you let that get you out your body? I don't understand that. I mean, you making it seem like now he got authority to talk about that. He's talking from his own mind and what he's talking about. Let him have that.
I get what he's saying. I feel him. I'm totally with him on that. But I'm just saying emotionally on both sides.
Okay, is it vice versa? Because
Absolutely.
when I say
Absolutely.
I feel offended.
Absolutely. It goes both ways.
It does. That's what I'm saying. It goes both ways.
Like I said, my bad, J-Dub, but just like I said, like I said, most of those people in the Pan-African movement are Caribbeans and foreigners. They not what you would consider to be niggas and black people that we know today. These people are outside of this shit, whether they got parentage or not.
Yeah,
I said it very clear. You see what I did? That's it. That's what I'm saying, and can't nobody refute that. It's a fact.
So that elder I'm talking about, she passed away. She passed away she passed away a week later. I was planning to go see her to interview her and all that. So I called some of the other relatives that were out there where she's at in Louisiana and Mississippi area. So I asked one of her other children, the men, and I asked them, and they said, well, you got to know the right questions to ask. That's how screwed up we are over here with with all this information. So we're trying to work together to decipher this so that we can get back on the map where we belong with our Aboriginal rights and our standing.
And
so
what you guys got to know is that, and I'm not tooting my horn. I'm a cocky cat. I am cocky about what I am. You know what I'm saying? And how I get things. This is the place to do it. You're going to be able to get it out. The information going to be there. That video isn't just played. That's bingo. Like that's damn. I'm about to listen to it over and over and over again. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to create a whole segment tomorrow based on what she said. You think I'm not? I'm going to wear this shit out. You better believe it. I come straight from Southside. I am that guy. Straight from Seminole County.
I want to know more about this silent. What's up with this silent generation?
All the way back to the Powhatans. We are from here. Period. Know that.
Yeah, ancient.
Y'all got it now. Now we get that clear.
Hey, yo, hold on. Let me say this, y'all.
All right, you can remove that. How do I get rid of this image now?
Yo, let me point this out, yo.
Thank you.
Y'all can hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We hear you.
This is all I wanted to point out. When I was studying this, right? Right, when we was first studying it, people were saying they was Indian and Aboriginal. That's the first thing we noticed. We was like, yeah, we Indian. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody was Indian. We thought we was the TP niggas though. Until A1 started joking. It's like, nigga, you ain't coming up there, TPs. That's when everybody started looking. You know, we was trying to do fresh. You know what I mean, and whatnot, right? So we realized that it was something deeper going on, right?
Yeah.
So fast forward to I realized what was really going on when I really got into the law and I started studying. And I was like, oh shit, this United States shit is foreign. These are foreigners coming over here because the Civil War and whatnot, right? So now you got to understand they have protection because, see, people say they from the United, but with the word, you got to look at that word. United, what is uniting the states, right? So it's uniting different nations to come under one banner, under one protection, and through an agreement. However, this is what I looked at. I was like, wait a minute, who's protecting these motherfucking Indians though? You feel me? Who the fuck protecting us? So I was like, hold up, where our nations at? Just like the brother that said, she didn't say, she said she was Creek. That was the Creek Nation, right? You got the Yamasee, you got motherfucking, Wacomico, my family, or whatnot, right? From the Chesapeake and all that, right? Where all the nations go? They disbanded a lot of us. It's confusing now. So now they saying, oh, you're an Indian, but you ain't protected though. Why? Because you didn't come from the international, right? Okay, the people from the Bahamas or whoever, when they come over here, they can't do them any kind of way. Why? Because they have international agreements with these people through the United States. That's what the United Nations, through the Geneva Convention and all that. Y'all seen with your own eyes that Democrats bring people over here and they have more rights than us. Tell me they don't. Because these motherfuckers was raping, killing, doing a whole bunch of shit. And what the United States do? They ain't do like us because y'all niggas just talking about y'all this and that. Y'all have no protection because people don't realize that a word means nothing. Those words mean nothing. You're not protected. But the other people that come over here are protected because they're still in their nation. What? Puerto Rico? No, I ain't gonna say Puerto Rico. But all these other people that come from places that got constitution, they sent what they do. They sent them back to Venezuela. These motherfuckers, if that was a nigga, what they would did to us? Put us in jail, locked us up
in the dirt
for 50 years, never getting out. We going all types of inhumane conditions in they going to them looking at the conditions in the fucking place. Why? Because you don't have protection. So you can say you that all you want to. You can say you're Indian, but yo, wear your flag. Where is your representative that's going to make sure that they don't mistreat you? And every fucking decade, our people been getting locked up, fucked in the ass. Yo, I keep it 100. You know what I mean? In jail, poor conditions, living in a project. Nobody comes to represent because we're not. That fucking word doesn't represent nothing. It doesn't have a constitution, doesn't have a body politic, but we got somebody. Guess what? We got somebody that did all that. His name is Noble Drew Ali. But nobody wants, but y'all forgetting all that. He created a curriculum, everything that the fucking Great Law of Peace told us to do. And you think you're protected when you don't have, when you're on your own, when you're Indian. You're on your own. Who's going to run and come represent? So what they do, they bring these foreigners over here, getting the seats. Because we don't have. Look, you can say the women is wrong all you want to. Then put somebody in there that got the knowledge, that's going to do the knowledge and represent you, so we don't get our communities all screwed up and put in jail and put drugs in our communities. You know why they did that? Because nobody gives a fuck about that word. Because it has nothing. It has no
we've been lied to.
It doesn't have any international seats. Nowhere.
Foreigner doing a foreign operation.
I'm not about being cool and cute.
Operations.
Nigga, I want results. And what I'm seeing is bad representation. And I'm seeing zero representation.
People with bad
representation. People saying, oh, I'm from here. What the fuck that mean? Where your people's at?
Ain't nobody got free from
You know what I
nothing.
mean? That's gonna stop them motherfuckers from doing whatever they want to. G. But they can't do that to everybody because they got international protection. I see motherfuckers going up to the international
Nonetheless,
shit, talking about
they were
what's that
called
dude
Buffalo
name that everybody
soldiers,
was mad
bro.
at first? He had a tribe and shit, saying he went to the United
Y'all
Nations.
be
Mistake
like
number one.
Y'all say what y'all do, bro.
I see too many mistakes being made
This nigga
because people get
offended the
emotional
woman.
when they not really
And y'all
looking at what's going on.
worried about Nadi's
There's no
feeling in this
fucking way
woman.
these people should be
Hold
coming
on,
over
time
here
out.
doing what they did, taking over neighborhoods last year.
It is so crazy how
None,
this
none,
emotional
you
raping
can't hear.
women
keeps
on
being
fucking
flung around.
trails.
Nonetheless, might
They
not
ain't
hear
go to
us.
jail.
Time out.
I
He
don't
might
think
They
not
he
got
hear
hears
sent
you.
you.
back to that
He don't
country.
hear you. He don't hear
Chilling.
you.
They the head of fucking cartels and shit. What the fuck? Let that been us.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
We'd have been screwed. You
yes,
know what I mean?
can I
Probably some
respond?
nigga down there right now
So
with
if you don't, if we
naked.
don't
Can you
put
hear us?
shit
None. Can you
together
hear us?
and
Nonetheless,
bring
No, he ain't gonna hear
organization that's not going to discriminate, that's not
He
going to
can't
say,
hear
oh,
you. He's
I'm a
just free
part,
to
I
hear
got
you,
my
bro.
Indian card, I'm a part of this one, but everybody else ain't got access to it. Don't talk to me about that bullshit because I was pissed off for years ago with that bougie ass shit. Them bougie
None.
ass Indian shit. Oh yeah,
None.
nigga, I got my. So many motherfuckers was doing that shit. Me and Chief was always joking them because we like, yo, y'all niggas is bougie. Y'all think y'all better than everybody else because y'all got y'all shit and nobody else got theirs? What the fuck happened to the people who families got killed and their land got taken? What about them? Oh, they not invited to the party? Y'all don't give a fuck about them? That's why I got the
What are
attitude
you
I got
talking
with
about?
that shit.
Like, what the
Because I
fuck is
saw
we
too
talking
many motherfuckers
Can
out
you
here
hear us
thinking
nonetheless?
they was better than
You
somebody
can't hear
because
us.
about?
they
Hell
fucking
no.
from here and shit. You ain't better
We
than
can't
no
hear you.
fucking body.
Hey,
Because
put
y'all
in the chat.
motherfuckers didn't do what y'all was
No,
supposed to
none.
do
We can't
in the
hear you.
past. So let's clean it up.
Can't hear you, none.
If everybody keep
That's why I'm
deflecting
the
from
way
the
I am.
point, like
You know what I'm
everybody
saying?
dancing
I'm
around the
not better than
point,
that's
nobody else.
right.
I got my
we
record
gotta
Nah,
get to the
Pride,
point.
he can't
Everybody
hear us,
Everybody
self-deluded
man.
come
you.
and
Everybody needs
tell
to
us
get
Pride,
that
he
together
can't
ain't
hear
and
us,
take care of
man.
this issue.
it's over there.
Pride,
Especially
he
when these
can't hear
motherfuckers
us.
coming over here and blatantly
Pride,
doing
he
this shit
can't
and they
hear us.
idiots doing
So
scams
ain't no need saying
that
anything, Rod.
otherwise
He can't hear us.
we would get incarcerated for, but they freely come and got
Yeah,
people in office
Put it
he
in the
here,
getting
bag.
away
he
with
ain't
millions
trying
and
here.
Let
He
me put it in the
sometimes
does
bag.
that.
billions
Like
of
come into
dollars.
the middle of
Let
a
me put him in the
conversation
bag.
Talking about
and have a whole speech. Who
Hey,
does
look,
that?
man. Look, man. He can't hear us. So he thinking we
He
just letting
being
him talk.
disrespectful.
God
How is he
damn,
gonna
man.
have a whole speech?
Right. Come on,
Fuck,
man. All
bro.
the aggression is not necessary, man. It's not necessary.
Okay.
Yes,
I
it
put
is,
in
what I
the
because these
chat that he
niggas
understand.
keep
can't hear you.
Where is your
Yo,
disrespecting.
can you hear me?
where are the people that's actually going to
Can you
represent
hear
you
me?
and not steal your money and have you thrown under the jail?
Can you
Hold
Why
on.
is he
Because
here
they
if
can
he
do
not
shit because
Hold
hearing
you
us?
on,
gave them the
Can you
man.
power.
drop
So
him?
now they can get away with the
Hold
shit that you
on.
Aton, can
I'm
you
otherwise
not
get
drop
gonna
locked
him?
drop
up
him.
for.
I'm gonna throw the
So
music on.
our representatives that's stealing our
Yeah, there
voting
you
rights
go.
are the
Put
ones
the
in
music
power
on.
and we're not. And we supposed to be in power. That's fucked up. Because these
He
people come
probably
from,
can't
that's
hear
why I said
that.
what I said. She's representing the people because she's being held
He just be
accountable because
disrespecting
she's
us for
not
real.
stealing
He ain't
her
giving
people.
a
She's
damn
actually
about
helping
No,
her
no, no.
people.
He can't hear
We
us,
do
man.
it. Our
He
people
ain't
don't do
he
that
can't
because
hear
we
us.
too fucking
He can't hear
spoiled
nothing.
and
Let me go
fucking
ahead and
He
kick
bougie and
it.
can't
think we
hear
better.
us.
We want to
Hold on.
shine
Let
too
me
much,
put this.
bro.
They
Let me
say
put
But
it.
you
Let
if
me
you
put this.
concerned
drop
with the
them and then
next
bring them
person who
back, you
don't
should
have
be
this
able to
knowledge
hear you.
and who
Hold on. I'm gonna
are
put this
being
on the
Take
taken
them
screen
advantage
real
down and
quick.
bring
of
them
and
back
put
up.
in
Mute
incarceration,
his
bro. We got
mic,
too
and
many
he
people
might notice
incarcerated,
that you
man.
mute his
And
mic.
it's all our people. Name.
Yeah, let me
There
go
you
ahead and
go.
do that. And I'm gonna say, you can't hear us. Hey man, y'all better start laughing at this shit, man. Y'all ain't about to come up here and drive me crazy. Y'all ain't about to do all that up here. Sorry.
Y'all keep it trying to control the narrative. We can't even get to a sense of understanding for we can comment and understand it. Everybody go into a whole speech, then this dude tell us we not who we are, and then we trying to address me, and this nigga going to a whole speech. Bro,
is he back?
We tired of hearing you.
Hey, you
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yo, the fuck? Yo, can y'all?
We heard you, boy. You was on the soapbox.
Bro, y'all don't take
You
this
was on the
I was going
soapbox.
in and I was like, hold on, I can't hear
You was on the soapbox, my nigga. God
I can't hear myself. I had
Can
to
you
get
hear
that
us
off,
now?
bro.
Can you hear us now?
taking a business.
What y'all hear though?
All of it. You couldn't hear us.
All of it.
The fuck?
Too much of it.
Everything, yo. Cause I was like, damn, I looked down like, damn, I've been talking for like 5 minutes and that shit muted.
Disrespectful. Just came in this, had a whole speech and over a conversation we was trying to
bro,
have.
I just wanted to touch people up. Man, we done seen this shit so many times. And I'm like, yo.
Can I say something to Claire?
It's the end all. That's why I say it's not the end all. That shit really is good for us.
Nonetheless,
for the consciousness to get our minds out of.
Don't start that again, bro. God,
you know what I mean? When you see a red car, you see all these other red cars or same type of car you got. Now we can identify. It's good.
You got to mute his mic again.
We can't. I'm
Can y'all hear?
work with these. All this shit,
you can't hear us, bro.
I can't hear shit.
I know. That's why I got it up on the screen.
Hold on.
I didn't hear it last time, man. Now you still just run into these speeches, bro.
I can hear you. Can y'all hear me now?
Can you? Yeah, we can. No, we can hear you. None. You can't hear us. You can't hear us, brother. We hear you loud and clear.
There's some old funny style nigga doing some weird ass shit.
Hey, Rod, you keep that up, man. I'm gonna drop you from this panel, bro. You need to clear your aggression.
Well,
you didn't drop him, but he keep going into speeches after speeches. But you keep dropping him.
No, but clear your aggression. You think
because every time I come up here, bro, somebody come up here with some funny style stuff. It's unexplainable. Why does this dude keep like we supposed to have a conversation? This nigga went into a whole speech. Then stopped the speech and went into was really going to another one.
He couldn't hear
Not
us.
hearing us.
He couldn't hear us.
That means he wasn't trying like a common supposed to respond, supposed to say a statement, then wait for the response.
All right, man.
Not you got go into a whole field.
You know what? You got the floor, man. Your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, like that's like Naughty. He comes up here, we trying to stand on our bloodline and try to trace our lineage back to the location. And he's pushing that the treaties don't mean nothing, everything don't mean nothing. Only thing means something is something we don't understand, some foreign shit. And we trying to say, bro, we don't understand that foreign shit. Well, y'all dumb and y'all slow and y'all then this dude come and say a whole speech. And when we trying to address, we heard Naughty and there's a point. We trying to make a point. And we want him to understand our point and respect it. He's not our brother, he's our cousin. He gotta respect that. Like, he's not from here. He can't speak on our issues. Only issue he can speak on is how Jamaica and America relationship and fix that. If he can't fix the relationship between Jamaica and whatever, what are you talking about? Then we try to, like, if he was effective, somebody would say, yeah, Naughty pulled me through on some shit. I ain't not heard not one person. And as a matter of fact, I heard some grievances against that man. And he come up here over talking everybody. Then y'all come up here and cape for this dude and this disrespect.
Hey, look,
that's what I'm saying.
Talking about what other people say on other channels, right? We don't get.
I'm talking about this channel.
Hey, look, let me tell you something about a lot of the motherfuckers. They ain't got no credibility either. They ain't did shit but sit there and talk about a motherfucker in people's business. Nigga, we grown folks up here. We don't give a fuck about another motherfucker's business. Anybody talking about another man ain't shit to me. And you need to know that. All right? Come on, man. Keep it
straight to his face. I'm not a hand on no channel.
Not up here. Not up here, Rod.
I'm addressing him in his face.
Not up here.
Okay, can I say something, please? First of all, Naughty is highly disrespectful. That man done called me all kind of bitches and stuff like that. So for you to say, huh?
He won't do it up here.
He won't do it up here, but that's the type of man he is. So no, he ain't the kind of guy to be respected, you know. And so here I am, and the only thing I talk about is really lineage type issues. So there's no reason for anybody to be calling me bitches. You know what I mean? I'm not doing nothing to nobody. So that is the animosity that he has, and that just shows you the underlying animosity that he has for the people of this land. And so what he's trying to do is use these platforms to tell everybody you are not who your grandmama said. And what did he just tell me? Fuck my mama. I'm like, this lady is sitting up there, you know, telling people like my mom and them to go out there and vote. He said, well, that's what they shouldn't be so emotional, or, you know, basically fuck them.
All right. But he didn't say fuck your mama.
No. I can read between the lines, and that's fuck them, right? If you tell me what your mama's doing, and I'm like, well, your mama shouldn't be so emotional, then I'm saying fuck her. Right? Am I right, Aton?
Hey, y'all not about to get me in that, man. I'm not rolling with none of that. That's gossip to me. I ain't with
it ain't
that.
gossip. It's not gossip because it happened right in front of you. You're sitting right here. Okay. And so what I'm saying is, and guess what?
I beat that up. On my end, I beat it up. I beat it up for the fact that Pan-Africanism was started by Caribbeans. He didn't dispute that. He knew what it was.
Well, what the point that I'm trying to make is,
and she just said
that
we told him that 1,000 times. He's still interrupting us with this Caribbean viewpoint.
That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. I mean, this is
he got really offended and actually
it ain't got nothing to do with nothing physical at all. It ain't got nothing to do with what is going to happen after you get off this panel or any other panel and any other live that you listening to. I mean, let the man do what he do. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody come up and let them talk. I mean, I want people to come up here. And I want to be able to.
I understand that, but listen, Aton, we did let him talk, and I was letting him talk, and he was calling me emotional and all kind of stuff, and it really wasn't about him. It was about you've been talking about voting right issues for like a week now. It ain't about him. This man is so delusional. He think it was about. No, you've been talking about this. This is one of the ladies who's on CNN and all these different places telling all the older people that they need to be scared about they're losing their right to vote and they need to go and march. And so then I showed you that video when everything was cool and she was under the radar. She said that she was there for her peoples, the Caribbeans. And so for him to get all pinched over, you know, you could talk about our issues, but we can't talk about yours. Aton, you don't think that's weird? That's weird. You could be all up in our stuff.
That's the art. That's the art. But we gonna talk about it. He might not want us to talk about it, but we gonna talk about it. I mean, because he considers himself to be an American. So that means that his people have a stake and have some influence in America, and she just admitted it. Now let's talk about it. Ain't no problem for me.
No, she said she didn't say American. She said Caribbean.
That's what they doing.
Caribbean American. I know, but you lost. But see, you lost your cool business. You lost your cool when you know she said right behind that black and African American and this, that, and the other.
No, that was at the end. But when she was talking about what she was there for, she was talking about the Caribbeans, the immigrants built America type stuff. She was saying about the trades and with the Caribbeans. When she was talking about the shit that she gets done, she was talking about her peoples. And then she wrapped it up that she's part of the Black Caucus. And that's what, and my point is that this is where black, when y'all like, oh, don't call yourself an Indian. Well, it's all kind of crazy stuff that we calling ourselves like black. And they've been coming in under this black banner, pretending that they're us, and then gonna get up on the stage and then say you're not who you are. And that's why it's important. Go on.
Time out. Let me give you this.
That's when I thought I was out. They pulled me back in. Just when I thought I was out. They pull me back in.
Keep me out of it.
I think Aton.
Guys are pulling me back in.
Aton, business. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
The reason why I want to share that little clip I showed of my family was I know exactly where you're coming from, and he's out of whack saying you emotional and all that bullshit. I'm with you 100 on that. That's totally right. But what Aton is trying to say is you pulled up some shit to whoop his ass with, and that's what he was trying to say. Whoop his ass with the fact that without being disrespectful, like he is being disrespectful. But he was saying, whoop him ass with that information you brought, because you just brought a bomb with that. Because that's why I shared my family, to show you that these people are out here trying to get, they got my whole, that whole generation of people I was telling you, that's the silent generation. Them niggas are done now. Because they're 75, 85 years old. They're supposed to be
telling us to
taken care
shut
of.
up. He's the commissioner of telling us to shut the fuck up. We don't know what we're talking about.
That's all wrong, Rod. You're absolutely right. And so I just wanted, but one thing he was saying though was that shit, that this USA shit, I know that we're on the land getting fucked by it, and it's our shit we're getting fucked with by. So I understand our passion because we've lost families to this stuff, generations.
Excuse me, can I say something to you? First of all,
Sure.
I want to say peace and power to your ancestor. I do appreciate her talking to you about that, because that is the what I've been trying to explain, that we've all had these conversations with our elders, and you could call it emotional, you could call it denotional, you could call it emotional. I don't care. You cannot tell me I'm supposed to discount her, that woman that you put on the screen, because he came over here talking about the United States as a corporation. No, we are talking about real people who talk to their real kids and told us they real stories. And then for you to come and tell me that, oh, the piece of paper said, no, and what I'm saying is so important is the reason why we can't just discount that I'm a Creek, I'm a this, I'm a that, because that is what's tying us to the land, because otherwise they was putting us as Africans. And so what everybody wants to do is take our birthright, basically. Everybody wants to do that. And so as long as you're a foreigner, you're an immigrant, you're this, or what not even telling me? I'm a slave, I'm property, so as long as I'm just a car, then I can't sit up here and say what my elder said. And so you just showed a great example, and you showed her face, which I appreciate. But he's telling us that lady doesn't matter.
Yo, that's not what I'm hearing. Look, bro. Look, can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
We heard you.
This is what we saying, nigga. This is what we saying. Look, we're saying this because y'all not gonna sit up here and say that I'm just friends with a motherfucker and I don't know them. First of all, because now you insulting me. Because Naughty, I've been knowing Naughty for a long. I ain't just cool with people for nothing. That's number one. Now I'm gonna give it to you raw. What he's saying is the United States has always been for foreigners.
Okay, but that's a straw man, because that is not what I'm talking about.
Okay, well that lady is representing her. No, but that lady is representing what the United States has set up for.
That lady,
you understand what I'm saying? That's what he's doing what the United States is designed to do. It's not here. Look, she done said out her mouth. That the brother pulled up his people and said that's what ties it to the land. The United States doesn't tie you to the land. So why are you upset with a woman that's showing her?
Okay, when it comes to that, is that what that is so surprising? As Aton said, did you know Anderson Hamilton was somebody melanated? But the point is that there are people pretending to be us that ain't us. That is what is.
Wait a minute, but that's your fault. because you should know better.
Okay, well then whatever. You know
We
what? So
telling
what?
him we know better and get on, quit lying to us. He keep doing it.
Yeah.
Hold up. But look, you should know better.
So you
But
telling me
look,
I
this
can't
is what
talk
I'm
about
telling
it?
you.
So I
Why
can't
y'all
talk
got
about
people
it?
up here
Look,
lying to us? Thinking y'all gonna leave out our situation if you lie.
You're contradicting yourself. Hold up. Y'all arguing with the wrong person. You're contradicting yourself.
You
Don't sit up
taking
here.
for a
Do
nigga.
not sit up here and
Let him
contradict
talk.
yourself and
How?
insult
Let him
my
talk.
intelligence by saying that, well, y'all should know that when the
Naughty
United
ain't
States is
what
set up, you didn't
Naughty
set up your
ain't put
mouth.
nothing on no
No,
map. He did
no.
nothing for
If you
nobody
know
in our
better,
community.
if
What
you
did he
know
do?
better, then you
What did he
should
do
know
for
that
you?
you
What
shouldn't
did
be
he do
worried
for
about
you?
foreign affairs, and your family should
We not.
automatically
He
have
keep
the nation set
interjecting
up
foreign
for
affairs
you.
in Indian business. We telling him, bro, that's don't
Okay, well,
pertain to
why are
us.
you
He's like,
concerned
you're
with somebody
stupid,
trying to
you're
be you
property.
when you should
So
already
you
know?
don't know
Your
what you're
people should
talking
already
about. And
know
we
not
can't
to
get
fall
nothing
for that
off. Then
bullshit.
you come
Bro,
right
hold up,
behind
bro.
me
Do
and
y'all
start just
realize? Hold
going
up.
into a
Do
whole
y'all
speech
realize?
without hearing nothing.
Do y'all dumb motherfuckers realize that we at war? We been at war? So what? Your dumb ass fell for it. Stop
Okay,
falling for
so
the
if we
banana and the tailpipe
if we're
thing.
so stupid, why are you sitting there with a man who was caping for her? Since we're the
Caping
stupid
for
ones,
who? No,
that's your so your friend,
You
your
stupid
friend is
because
sitting
you
up here
think
telling
Naughty
telling
us.
got
you.
you in advance
Hold
somewhere,
up, bro.
nigga.
Hold up,
You
bro.
the stupid
Hold up.
person
Y'all
because
niggas,
you
y'all,
caping for a
I
nigga that
think
ain't
y'all
did
need to
shit
go.
for
Look,
you
y'all
or
need
the
to go back
community.
to
You the
the slow
stupid one.
channels. Go back to the slow channels because I'm gonna tell you like this. You cake for it because the lady is telling you the United States is set up for foreigners. Period. So therefore, why the fuck are you worrying about them doing what the fuck the United States is supposed to be fucking
Okay, so
doing
I'm
for
really trying to
foreigners?
figure out when
So
did you
what they
say that to
arguing in the
Aton?
14th
Because
Amendment for and the
That's the
birthright
Aton
foreigners,
has
argument
been
about?
talking
idiot.
about this
What is that
voters'
Yo, I'm
about?
rights
done, yo.
citizenship
I'm
for
done,
a
yo. These
couple
motherfuckers
days
is
now.
stupid, bro. The
Yeah, no,
United
you're
States is
the
for
dummy. You're the
foreigners.
dummy. Don't call me stupid because y'all feelings hurt. I'm
No,
sorry if
because
I
you're
You
come
sitting up
heard
here
like
that,
a
arguing
nigga.
sword.
when you're
He won't
contradicting
let
yourself.
I told you my
Naughty run
voice is
game on you.
deceiving. I will
Like
come like a
Naughty keep
sword. I
running
will
game on
slice that
me. Why
fucking
ain't
neck
y'all
The
off.
want to let him
United
run
States is
game on
not
y'all?
set up
Nigga,
for
get
the
out of here,
Indian
man.
nations.
No
It's
matter how
not set
smart
up.
you
It's
are,
not set
you
up for your
dumb.
nation. You're an
You on
American,
that
not a
epic,
United States.
you on
The
that
foreigners are
damn
doing exactly what the
epic
fuck
study
they supposed to
bullshit,
do.
bro.
They are United States
Your
citizens. I
asshole.
don't give a fuck about
Okay,
what she's doing. She don't
okay. And
represent
so
me.
But
she sure don't.
That
nonetheless,
bitch don't represent
can I
me. She
respond to
don't
that?
not,
Yeah,
yo,
Can I
she
nigga,
don't
you
respond
put
to that
food on my
statement?
lying.
Nonetheless,
table.
nonetheless,
You
can I
want to hear me,
respond to your
nigga?
statement?
That's what
You
the
gonna call
United
him
States,
emotional,
the
Nigga ain't
United
did
or
States
nothing
is
in
that just
15
applied to
years.
always
me because
Nigga
been
I'm the
say
set up
female?
for
nigga ain't did nothing.
Are
foreigners.
you gonna call
Fuck
him? I'm trying to
everybody
figure
in the
out who's
room,
gonna give
man.
him the emotional speech.
The
Nonetheless, can I
United States
respond to
is
your
set up for,
statement?
because y'all dumb. The United States, how many times
Nonetheless,
you want us to say it? The United States is set up for
Yes,
foreigners.
okay,
yes.
nonetheless, can we respond
And
to
you
this
a
now? Can I
foreigner
respond to that?
yourself.
I'm not a United States citizen.
Sound like it.
The fuck? I know that is
No,
a fake entity. It's a corporation. Yo, get the
nonetheless,
fuck. Oh, yo, don't ask me no question. You're gonna be idiots, bro.
I'm
Cause
saying I want to
I can
respond to
show,
your.
nigga.
I want to
I'm
respond to your
already
statement.
solidified. So don't get up here and act like you all want smoke shit with them dumbass niggas. For
I
real.
want to. I just want to
Go
respond to
over
your
there with them
statement.
dummies.
Man,
Look.
I'm out of here. These niggas is weirdos.
Yeah, dumb
Yeah,
nigga. Get the fuck
it's
out my
getting.
face, yo. Don't ask me no
Look.
fucking nigga, cause you rock with the wrong nigga. Nigga, I will let you
Nonetheless,
know. For real.
You let me
look.
know. You let me
Nonetheless,
know you on
Nigga, fuck you,
Naughty's
nigga.
dick,
You don't know
nigga.
me.
That's
You
what you
don't
let
know
me
me,
know,
nigga.
hoe
You's a
ass
come on,
dumb
nigga.
nigga.
fellas.
You's
Come
a
on
dumb
now.
nigga. A dumb
Come on
Indian
now.
nigga. I know how to manipulate the United States. The United States is my bitch. Just like
Look.
you are
Nonetheless,
Okay,
their
but
bitch.
that's not the
The
look.
point,
United
That's what
States,
though.
people.
I mean, that's good
just like
conversation
that
for
bitch on
another
that
day, but that
video
wasn't
is
the
my
point.
bitch. I don't give a
Okay,
fuck about about
person
her.
you're talking
Fuck
about.
her.
I
She
know you
don't
don't
represent
care.
me.
But you know what? I felt like it was pretty important to talk about.
It is
And if you
important, but
don't
it's
like
important to the
and if
foreigner.
you didn't
She's a
like it, then you don't
foreigner.
fucking she is.
Nonetheless,
Why the fuck am
connect.
I worried about? She's inferior to our opposition. I'm
Okay, but
not
I can
worried
still talk
about
about,
that.
Nonetheless,
yeah, that's
Y'all
right. And I
niggas
can
is
talk
acting
about
like
inferior
y'all
fucking
niggas is
people.
acting like
I can
we
talk
should give
about
a fuck
inferior
about some
people.
foreigners.
Don't tell me that I can't put my lips, I can't talk on her. I mean, you
Nonetheless,
sound really kind of caping for foreign people. If you telling me I
Foreign
can't talk
people,
about that
nigga,
lady.
I'm telling no, I don't give a fuck about foreigners.
Okay,
Unlike you.
well, you sit up
Unlike
here on
you.
these panels every day talking about all this stuff that Aton brings up. It's all doing with foreign people. All of it is about foreigners.
Because we know,
Just like you just said, the
because
United
we
States is
know,
for
because
foreigners. Now you're
hold
gonna
up,
tell me not to talk
smart
about
people
foreigners.
know that
You
they are
gotta figure
entities.
out which
Smart people
stance you
from
taking.
America know that they're entities. They're
You
fake
gotta know
fucking,
which stance you're
they're de
taking.
facto entities. And I know how to build businesses to run
Great, but
circles
that's not what we was
around those
talking
idiots.
about. I'm not
They
criticizing
are
your person,
businesses.
who
Learn
you
your
are.
business and stop worrying about some fake ass
I
entities.
want to
So
worry about her. So what? Don't tell me not who the fuck to worry about. Who the fuck are you? If I
Because you
say that
bringing
this
up
lady
foreigners
is
like you
standing up
fucking
here
know.
pretending the people of the land, and she's sitting up there trying to tell all the old Negroes,
Because
aka
she
Indians,
knows that
to
they're
get
dumb
all
people
caught
that she
up,
can
and you're
manipulate.
like,
That's
so
why.
that is such a foreign-minded person.
Well, beat her
That's
at
what
her own
foreigners
fucking. Well,
do.
beat her at her own fucking game and stop acting like you fucking
Well, guess what? I gotta talk about it. You telling me I can't talk about it?
inferior to
How am
her?
I gonna come up with a game plan if you telling me I can't even talk about it? Because it hurt Nadi's feelings.
What I'm saying is she's doing her job.
And I'm doing mine. And I'm doing mine. And I'm doing mine. And I fucking brought her out from up under the bedspread. I brought her out of hiding, and you're upset.
And do something about it.
I brought that lady out of hiding, and you're upset. Why are you mad? All I did was talk about her.
I'm not mad. I'm just
so
trying to
if
tell
those
you
are
that
foreigners, if this is a foreign government, why do you care that I talked about her? Why is it so offensive that I talked about that lady? Why does that hurt your feelings?
Nothing don't hurt my fucking feelings. What I'm saying is
don't
get up here and contradict yourself.
I didn't contradict myself. I just said that listen to what this lady is talking about. I said that this lady is right now on CNN and all these different things talking about all the old civil rights.
Because she can do that.
Rights generation
need
to vote. And I'm saying, huh? What?
You're living in. Hold up. This what we gonna say when y'all dumb niggas ain't around. We gonna say that y'all motherfuckers are sitting up here living in fantasy land. First of all, they have relationship with the people on this land. Other people from other places have a relationship. We're not from another Iran, but the United States
and there's
still
people
has deals
who
with
look
them.
like us who have this foreign relationship who are pretending to be us. And guess what? I can talk about it.
What the fuck is that going
Guess
to do?
what? I can talk about it. I can talk about it. You can't bully me and tell me that I can't talk about a foreigner.
That they're here.
You can't bully me and tell me I can't talk about a foreigner. You can't bully me and tell me I can't talk about a foreigner.
Hold up. Okay, we know this. But look, you saying the obvious. Everybody knows this. But guess what? They don't give a fuck about that because they're not even trying to get their citizenship. Because they know that citizenship means that they are bonded to the United States. The Democratic Party has showed y'all this shit.
I hope Nadi pays you some money because you really standing on 10 toes for him. And he gone. He's gone. He's not even here to defend himself, and he got you sitting up here arguing with a woman. That's what a foreigner would do. That sneaky shit right there. Got you fighting with your sister for a fucking foreigner.
Got you there, buddy.
This goes for a person that brought up a video about a foreigner that I don't give a fuck about.
Okay, that's right. I was talking about a foreigner. So what? I can talk about all kind of shit. I can talk about grass. I can talk about trees. I can talk about all kind of shit. Who the fuck are you to tell me that I can't talk about a fucking foreigner?
Y'all the only one. Hey, Aton, you got my personal number. Do I ever talk about foreigners? Any information I ever sent you is always about
I'm sure it's a no. I'm sure it's a no.
Ones.
I'm sure the answer is a no.
Y'all the motherfucking ones that's always
I talk about that shit. I talk about land stealers, name thieves. I talk about it all.
Because you want to know why? Because y'all dumb niggas like y'all don't know how to beat them. I do.
Well, you know what? Step one is identity. Step one is figuring out what the problem is. And you're telling me, don't tell people what the problem is, right? Because Nadi's feelings is hurt.
when they been fucking y'all up because
This
you
shit
don't
wasn't
want to
even
listen
about
to the
him,
niggas
and you
that
sitting
know.
up here trying to cape for fucking
Start
this man.
listening to motherfuckers like me that know, that say I don't give a fuck about those foreigners. Let's whip their ass, but sit your ass down
Yeah,
and
you
learn
gonna
something.
make a confederacy. You're the reason why these fucking treaties went fucking bye-bye. Because you are making treaties with fucking foreigners to steal our fucking birthright, to steal our land. So if anybody wants to know what happened, it's people like you who
Everybody
are
in the fucking that
making
knows
allegiance
nonetheless.
with a
You
man
can go
not
ask
right.
AP, go ask anybody that been around. Say
Nadi said that his job is to take our fucking
doesn't
shit.
fuck with treaties.
He said his job is to
Nonetheless,
take
been
our
saying
shit.
that
And I
treaties
know you heard it because you his
bullshit.
friend. I know you heard him
Treaties are
say it because you his
bullshit.
friend.
Everybody that's been listening to me for years know that I'm not for treaties. I've been saying, what the fuck you getting that shit from?
You aligning yourself with that man who said he's here to take our shit.
Nadi can't. Nadi is not. Never said that he's here to take our
Yes,
shit.
he said. Yes,
now
he
you
has.
making shit up.
He said it to my
That's
face.
what's pissing me
He
off.
said it
because
to
you're
my
lying.
face on
You wanna know what?
OTK's channel.
Just because you're a woman,
like over
and you got
a year and a half, 2 years
cute
ago.
Voice, you look. Just because you got this cute voice and you're a woman, don't think that I ain't gonna remember that you're a liar.
Just because I got this
You're
female
lying.
voice doesn't
You're
mean
lying
that
now.
I'm some
because
punk.
you're a liar.
That I'm gonna be some punk. I'm not a
our
punk.
own our own PO, you're a liar.
You're a liar. I'm not gonna lie either. That's what makes him so mad, because I ain't lying. He knows exactly who I is, and that's the reason why he's gone. That's the reason why he got you fighting his battles.
Let me tell you
That's
something.
why he got you fighting his battles.
Want to debate me? You ever want to debate? I'll destroy you. So don't get up here and think that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, guess what? I do know what my grandmother said. Just like that man on the panel said, he was talking about his auntie. That was my fucking point. But only at one point y'all want to go into
a bougie ass Indian that everything supposed to be given to him when you at war, dummy. And these foreigners will fuck you up because you don't want to listen to the niggas that know. Until then, don't talk to me about what the foreigners are doing.
Relax. Business, relax. We gonna end it right there. Hey,
hold on.
Nah, ain't no hold on nothing. That's it. This ain't going nowhere but more up, and it's cool.
Dang, man, that was a good piece you brought up.
Yeah, it was. But it's cool.
I mean, come on.
Can't nobody hear nothing. They talking at the same time. You
right about that.
Well, because it's going to a different subject that I'm not talking about.
It's not no because. Is this? It's not no because. You wouldn't let him talk. He ain't letting you talk.
He's literally
what's going on, and
he's literally saying that y'all can't listen. Aton, he's sitting there telling you that you don't need to talk about that video.
Is it? I'm not gonna listen. I'm not. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow, because I'm gonna bring it up tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow on a better level. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it cool. We're gonna keep it cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
I don't complain about foreigners because they have no power. That's my whole point.
It don't matter. Wasn't nobody complaining. We were just talking about the lady.
You just want to keep it going, don't you, Izzy? All right, sister. Have a good night.
Y'all niggas obsessed with these motherfuckers, bro. For real.
Right.
Man, fuck them. Do what you want. What we gonna do?
It's cool.
That's my whole thing.
It's cool. Business. Have a good evening. All right. My brothers, stay strong. Business. Keep it cool.
Peace,
all right.
bye.
All right, y'all. I'm gone, yo.
All right, in a minute.
Aton.
What's up?
I'm with you on that shit, man. That shit was diabolical.
Yeah,
diabolical.
It's
Alexander Hamilton part.
It's other things that's it's just the other variables, and I was hoping them variables didn't come over here. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about the Alexander Hamilton part, man. That piece, shit. You are absolutely right about that.
That's a doozy.
Man, because that's what I was trying. I'm gonna just say this one little thing and I'll let you go.
Go ahead.
The reason why I brought up my family like that was because I've been in this, you know how we do. We not all of them believe the way we believe or see things the way we see things, and they live their whole lives with being manipulated. And these are good folk, hardworking folk, wonderful people that are proud of who they are. And so this has to be brought up to show that this is deep manipulation. That's what I got from that. That's deep manipulation, and it goes way back. Right. Way back. So I like the piece that she brought up. I'm just sorry we couldn't handle it today.
I mean, it's a good piece. You know,
because you said it, man.
I mean, you know, I'm gonna say this in closing. They did a good number on it. They did a good number on it.
Yeah.
Bottom line, you guys don't understand what you're listening to, but people that look like you, then you know what I'm saying, just might still be in that number. Remember that I want to be in that number, that church song? Yeah. Hey, look, I'm gonna keep it cool. I mean, you know, I'm just saying that didn't even calm business down. I was like, look, I had a good response to Nadia, what he said, intellectual. Keep it intellectual. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I got you 100% there. You knocked it out the park. It's cool. She could have beat him up with that piece. Beat him up. He couldn't say nothing because it was absolutely right. That's coming from his neck of the woods.
I mean, but you know, at the end of the day, it's something else that we don't know nothing about, and I ain't trying to know nothing about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got to be something where they beefing so cold. I don't know, but it just is what it is. Hey, but we out though, man. On the next one, man. Tomorrow Thursday, we gonna bring it back again. We gonna ride again. If we can get there.
Everybody calm down.
Hey, this was a good build though for the most part. You know, sometimes, you know, debates get a little heated, back and forth get heated. It was no disrespect, which was good. You know, more cursing in the
threw that bomb in there, man, and exploded. That's what happened.
more cursing that I would like, you know what I'm saying, in the intellect, you know, cursing needs to come to a minimum.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you can get your point. Outside of that, this was a good build. Hey, shout out to everybody. Shout out to J Dub. Shout out to Rob Wills. Shout out to Les, to Nutty. Shout out to Isness. Shout out to me. How about that?
Oh yeah.
And we out.
We out.
All right, so as y'all know, I'm gonna go ahead and exit you out the door. And what I would say, as you always know, once this song's over, this show is over. Appreciate everybody being here. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing. Let's get it.
Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community, hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss, you trying to employ it.